Hello, hello. We're alive. Didn't miss anything, right? No. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Hello, Haruki. Hi. The powder emote is cute.
Fucking guy. He blocked me.
Fuck off. I was on Twitter and autoplay just did its thing. Fuck me, I guess. Got my leaf modes on Twitch. Ah! Oh, nice. Oh man. Twitter is just exploding. Man. 25. That's insane. But today we have something some people may or may not like. And that is lore. Lore is today's slavery class. Just woke up. What's going on? Not much. I just, you know, the Twitter is just being Twitter, like always. Trash, kind of, you know. The amount of hate I see on Twitter from everywhere is just ugh. But yes. So what kind of lore do we want? Do we want Lord Destroyers or or you know, I don't know what are we gonna watch today? I think I'll leave his magnum opus, the freaking the 4 Wars for Armageddon. I think I'll leave that for later. 3.5 hours, bro. Holy shit, that's not a react video, that's a stream. That is oof. But the true origins of the Emperor revealed. Ooh. Or this or that. What do we have? The Primaris mistake, the missing link of Astartes' evolution. Ooh. Mummy, have you seen the Lord Destroyer's best of? I seen this episode. No, I have not actually. The only one that kind of was Lord Destroyers is the Warhammer 40k YouTubers are disgraced. That one I saw, but none of the Lord Destroyer's best of. I have not seen those yet. So I guess we started with episode 1 then. And afterwards, the Primaris stuff? That seems to be the...
Hey guys, it's me.
Wait, Italian, you're too fast. Oh. Alright! We have... Ignore... By the way, everyone, ignore what happened yesterday. Just ignore it. We have the Pontius Lord Destroyers best of episode 1. If you want to see everything about Lord Destroyers, you can visit his Patreon for $5. You get all of those episodes there. Gotta chill bro a little bit, you know? Yeah, let's go.
Hey guys, it's me, your favorite Italian man. I'll be short but not too short. Mainly because I need to waste 30 seconds of YouTube's time. As the video ahead is pretty vulgar in places, and I have zero intention to censor it. Better start.
You know, maybe I should do something like that too, huh? Maybe because I did notice sometimes, especially on shorts, every time there's like a curse word in the beginning few seconds, it's like, yeah, 12 views. And I'm like, huh? So, you know. However, let's just roll with it.
Have to do with my time. So, just for your interest, the video you are going to watch right now is a montage of the best and funniest moments of the Lord Destroyer series. All the episodes of it are available on our Patreon, and by the time you are watching this video, we should have released episode 12. This video in particular will cover moments going from episode 1 to 4. And keep in mind that every episode goes from 1.5 to 3 hours long, and you are seeing just some parts of it. If you want to watch the full episodes...
Oh, damn! That looks amazing. Holy shit.
Even the ones that will be edited in the future, just join our Patreon at least on the Pio Servo level, and you will get access to all of them, and be able to join them live every time we record them. We should have wasted enough of YouTube's time with this intro. Let's get to the video.
Ooh. Loyalist versus Loyalist, Civil War.
Before we get started, Manscaped is something we've all come...
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about Manscaped.
Is this the thing where he Oh,
what
God! Fuck! Why?
I didn't remember this either. Why? Why do you have to say this? Oh.
It's an ad. It's showing how it works.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
think it is just an
God.
excuse to show off his fucking abs in a bad. Remember, this is a fucking bad war video.
I saw the Maelstrom as a low-level threat, ironically due to the great efforts of the Astral Claws.
The mail. What? I don't think anyone saw that as a low-level threat. The Maelstrom is one of the most chaotic, one of the most chaotic places in the known galaxy of the Milky Way. So and also a very high value area too. So what? What?
Hence the Imperium
The Maelstrom a low-level threat?
You know what? I'm satisfied with my own reaction now.
How the fuck did they form the Maelstrom Warders then?
It's such a little problem.
It's such a little problem. It is literally just threatening Terra. It has like a straight line to the mother planet.
Legions of demons just keep spawning in there, but it's not.
It's fine. It's fine. You know, intangible demons just manifest over there, but it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's yeah. Demons can just encompass power weapons. You know, like the ghost claws of Luther Blackheart. Right? That's how he became Luther Blackheart, because of theoretically of that, right? It's not confirmed. That's just theory, but very well could be. Since everything there has chaos energy, you can't really tell. Yeah, whatever.
Elementers, due to them being cursed and whatnot, were picked out by the Minotaurs as the first bitch that needed to be clapped.
What? Wasn't it because the Lamenters were a pretty big threat because they are very capable, even though they are cursed with bad luck? Isn't that why? I'm confused. Also, my boys.
The one that stole all their gear. In response, Huron declared that the Astral Claws were no longer part of the Imperium, basically saying that he was a heretic. To prove his own point,
Yeah, I'm not part of the Imperium now. I have become an heretic.
that I was going to make a Zinch video, and here we are, the Zinch Demon video.
Annoying to
You
even
don't
discuss in a
need
story.
the
It's
and
not
the
all
fans
negative.
of
Spend minutes listening to nothing. We were getting depressed. P.S. We didn't add this music. It's in the original video.
Admittedly,
are
there
the
is a few
worst.
positives.
And if you're a fan
to be
of
had,
Zinch,
Zinch, I can say
for
nice
one,
things
the
about
miniatures
stuff
I don't
I
like the
detest.
colors,
I'm
blue,
not just a
pink, and
single-minded
purple
hate
because-
machine.
What
So
the
there
fuck?
is a reason why I go to the gym 5 days a week for 1 to 2 hours at a time while listening to nothing but 9-inch nails and
Okay, but it has been 4 fucking minutes. Can we get to
Yeah.
the point? Yeah, you have this opinion. Why?
Oh my god, please get to the point!
to get your attention and how much of it. There is no limit. We're just trying to find the dividing line between the beginning and the end of your enslavement to the forces of evil and
To
chaos.
destroy my monitor
Like,
right now.
do you
That's not just
Yeah,
Zinch.
you are,
With Zinch, you have infinite
getting
knowledge.
backstabbed. Yeah, you're getting. If you are a follower of Zinch, you risk getting backstabbed. Oh yeah, I didn't think that would happen with Karn. Hey Karn, can you come here for a second?
Karn, yeah.
What? A flamethrower on an ice planet? Why do they?
The chaos god you worship is gonna torture you? No, Slaneshi wouldn't do that to me. She loves me. What? If I serve the plague god, he's gonna curse me with all his plagues to make me more durable, but in turn I will suffer and stink? No, he wouldn't do that. He loves me. This is such a dumb argument. I'm sorry.
Call you the betrayer again?
How a being such as the Emperor first came to walk among mankind is likely beyond human understanding.
Ah, no, it isn't. It's beyond human understanding. You don't know the greatness of my autism to even claim something like that.
I'm not human, I'm autistic.
I'm not human. I'm an autistic Italian, and I have
That's
given an
that's
answer
even
to what I came
worse.
to be.
He's not just autistic, he's an autistic Italian.
According to ancient texts, the being that would become the Emperor was born some 50,000 years ago in a long-forgotten region of Terra.
Turkey. It's not forgotten. It's forgotten in 40k, maybe.
Long forgot.
I'm sorry, Turkish fans. Turkey didn't survive in 40k.
We forgot about you.
I am inclined to believe that, yeah, female space marines
Uh-oh.
don't seem to exist. But do I take this as unshakable evidence? No.
Okay.
You have a fucking problem.
Your problem. It is written literally every fucking where the creation of space marines is mentioned. If
True.
you don't want to believe it, it is your fault.
But the problem is, he said that if you don't agree with him, you are stupid.
Yeah, he just said, okay,
How
you don't agree
how
with
you
me.
counter that, huh? Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
If you don't agree with me, you are a good drone of the Imperium. Let's go on.
Even the Imperium's own history is often misunderstood.
Is he going to mention the fucking fact that the Primarchs weren't demigod beings, son of the Emperor, in the first edition?
Oh
There were
god.
times when the prevailing narrative was that Horus was not the Emperor's favored
There
Primarch,
it is!
but rather an
God
He's
damn it.
talking of the Emperor in a progressive era. The Emperor was anything but fucking progressive.
interpretation is that female Astartes almost certainly existed during the time of the Great Crusade. I think the Emperor, in this progressive era, had fully mastered the creation of the Astartes, regardless of gender. Perhaps
No.
even some famous figures
No.
from this era were in fact female.
No.
But at some
I haven't been here long. I have not been in the Warhammer 40k lore universe for long. I've known about Warhammer 40k for a pretty long time, but, you know, I only recently got into the lore. And that's absolute fucking bullshit! Oh god, yeah, I watched a few lore videos, but with proof. Like, actually shown proof, reading paragraph for paragraph everything and explaining what is written, not how one understands it. So I'd argue that I know a little bit, like 2%, and with those 2%, I can firmly deny that female Space Marines ever existed lore-wise. Yep. I'm gonna go there.
point during the history of the Imperium, possibly because of complications with implanting gene seed,
Heresy. You will answer to the Emperor with this. For his heresy, you will be executed.
but more likely because of some ignorant proclamation by the ecclesiarchy or
Some ignorant proclamation from the ecclesiarchy.
How did anybody ever listen to this fucking moron?
imperial institution, the idea of recruiting female space marines fell out of favor. Today,
No.
if any still remain within the chapters,
No.
they are a
No.
rarity. Furthermore,
There are
What the fuck? I'm not in a fucking call. Was that in the video?
they,
No.
if any still remain within the chapters,
No.
they are a rarity.
Motherfucker!
there already. Tell me one. There are fucking. Tell me one. A name. I want a name. Okay. A rarity. Explain to me where the fuck did you see a female marine? Where?
They are a very extreme rarity. We didn't see one.
There are
Oh, I guess it was one of his viewers that came into the Discord, since they do that on Discord live in a call. Oh god. But oh yeah, he did say something about he only noticed that he only turned stream mode on later on. I think I remember something like that. But the fuck?
extreme.
You don't need to know the lore too much. You just need to know how the Space Marines are created, and you would come to the conclusion that women would not want to go through that. It's not even whether they want to or not. It's that it's useless. Their survival rate would be so astronomically lower than the men's that you would go through candidates like a hot butter knife through fucking ice cream. I'm sorry, that shit will not stand. Like the women cadets that would like offer themselves for the program would have dramatically low chances of survival and even lower chances of a successful transplant that it would, you know, take such a massive amount of cadets, of human lives, that you would actually endanger the future generations pool of recruits that you can have, because women bear children. We're at war times. That is important. I'm not saying that women should be birthing machines, but we should protect them so they can supply soldiers, basically. It's fucking war. Oh god. Like, this is ridiculous. This is stupid. Like, just for that reason alone, just because of how the gene seed works, this is stupid. This is beyond dumb. Oh god.
Do you see this marine in this random artwork with his helmet on? Yeah, this is one is female.
It's the kind of tragedy this regime is built on.
No.
Now, admittedly, this is just my personal headcanon or fan fiction.
It makes me very much laugh that he photoshopped
What the
himself
fuck?
as fucking Horus.
What the fuck? Okay, I don't
This is
care
a bit
about
like
that. It's
Nostradamus.
fine.
There is his post. There is his post. You can see his post.
Likewise, nobody can disprove the idea that Space Marine chapters out there might have unlocked or
Nobody can disprove that idea. Let me do it. Fans, what is this then? I did this.
Female Astartes Custodes were never needed. The Sisters of Silence can go the same pace as the Custodes and can even 1v1 Astartes due to the sheer training to go through. I don't think they can, like, go 1-to-1. Like, hold on. This can go the same pace as the Custodes. I don't believe that. Like, that is a little exaggerated, but 1v1ing in the Astartes, I believe every bit of that. The Sisters of Silence are just that badass. Also, any fucking Psyker will get destroyed by them. Any Psyker thing, like the Grey Knights, are at a disadvantage against the Sister of Silence. That means, I'd say, a Sisters of Silence can 1v2 a Grey Knight. Just saying. Fuck him. Like, just because of the you know, whatever. It's fine. Because, you know, Custodes are just that much more than a Astartes. But yeah, anyway. That's small disagree. Small. Hello, hey, I'm not playing Minecraft. Bye. Have fun, block game.
Prove your fucking idea.
No, you didn't.
Literally no one even rebutted this fucking video.
Of course
because
not.
They cannot.
Yeah.
or retained the technologies allowing for the successful transformation of female recruits. Or that female space marines might remain common across the chapters, and this has just been suppressed by the Inquisition for whatever reason.
What?
There are an endless number of explanations as to why female space marines might exist.
That is heresy right there. My sister blew up half the base with creeper. What the fuck? Heresy! This is a heretic.
Female space marines might exist.
You did nothing. You said nothing.
Templin, there is an endless number of explanations. By itself is not an explanation. You need to
True.
tell me at least one with proof. It is all it takes to literally dismantle an argument. One thing that goes against it with proof.
To be honest, I'm getting angry.
He
This is beyond retarded. Yes.
The entire universe, the people watching this video, the people disagreeing with him twice. Let's see if he does it again. I'm curious.
But he's respectful, remember.
And I'll let you in on a little secret. During one of our investigations into the
Investigations
What
is a big
investigations?
fucking word, Templin. The investigation. Going on the fucking wiki is not an investigation.
He
But
was
okay.
searching insults online, to be honest.
He was just
That
going
was
on.
his investigation.
Okay, my investigation for this video. I made it the fuck up. It is literally that until now.
What is your source? I made it the fuck up!
Imperium of Man, I included a detail that has since become the single most referenced bit of lore on this channel. We
No.
receive comments about how cool it is almost daily. The latest one, at time of recording, was left about 80 minutes ago.
Let's hear it.
But that little bit of lore, according to the latest information available, either no longer exists or never did. But I thought it was cool and I included it
Source?
anyways.
It came
whether
to
or
me
not
in
it's
a
true.
dream! It came to me while I was leaving the nail salon. I should have never left the nail salon. Oh god. So if people actually see this, they're gonna be so confused. What the? Why the fuck is he talking about a nail salon? And I'm not gonna elaborate.
Really
Get
isn't
fucked.
important. It's true to me, and that's enough. And given how popular it's become on this
He's not going to say it.
Oh.
I'm just putting it down now. He's not going to say what it is. Let's see.
channel, I kind of think people agree with me, even if they don't know it.
Huh?
And while I certainly understand
He didn't say it. I was right.
Oh my fucking god!
I kind of think people agree with me, even if they don't know it. And while I certainly
Penso che
understand
le
and-
persone. He's putting me out so much. I started speaking in Italian. I think that people just agree with me and they don't know it. I noticed it.
That is a different kind of iteration of you will own nothing and be happy that I again I'm uncomfortable with. It's like you will side with me and be happy with it. You will side with me and don't know. He started speaking his mother tongue out of frustration. True.
to have the option to say that Rey is not Palpatine's granddaughter,
Rey
or that the
Palpatine.
war against the Night King was way cooler than whatever this is, and to have those interpretations
fuck
be
is
totally
this?
valid. Now I am no fool, and I have no doubt
It
that I will
makes
have
me
failed
laugh
to
that for an example of something that people would like changed, he chose two of the biggest fucking flops in the history of cinema, which are
True.
the sequel trilogy with Rey Palpatine and the last two seasons of Game of Thrones that were so bad they deleted from the collective memory of the world the fact that the show even fucking existed.
the idea
Damn.
of female space marines just being a possibility, according to one interpretation.
Oh, the shitty Game of Thrones battle against the White Walkers. I only know about the Star Wars one, but I did hear a lot of negative comments about the Game of Thrones last few seasons, or what do you call it? Seasons, right? in like Netflix thing. Netflix series is also in seasons, or is it in parts? I don't know. I always say seasons because of anime, but you know. Yeah, but I never watched Game of Thrones, probably won't. Yeah.
Some kind of betrayal. If this discussion has caused
And
you
it
to
is-
decide that the woke moralists over at the Temple Institute have finally gone too far, even now you are furiously hitting the unsubscribe button, well, the tree of any YouTube channel must from time to time be nourished by the blood of misogynists. And as
What the fuck?
What the fuck is he talking about?
Jesus, Jesus fucking Christ.
They fucking butchered that last season. Also, it's not on Netflix. It was on HBO. Damn. Oh, shut up, you cringe fuckstick. What the fuck is this? Why is Titus Hitler?
They woke by introducing into it the most absurd creatures of all. Women. No way to
Introduces a big fucking word because women were already a part of the universe. Motherfucker! Are the Sisters of Battle and Silence just a joke to you? The fuck? I hate this. I hate everything about this guy
Yeah.
already.
Oh my god.
Because before female custodians, there were no women in 40k.
Down thousands of enemies without breaking a sweat. And with that, Games Workshop has made the biggest mistake possible when it comes to depicting fascists. They made them
Fascists is a very big word for the people that have multiple times tried to side with alien Xena scum, to actually offer peace and treaties and help each other. And what did they do once humanity wasn't the strongest force? They backstabbed them within hours, soon as they were down. They didn't help them up. At that time, humanity was the strongest. In the golden age of technology, they lent a hand to the races that they found that were not necessarily hostile. And invited them to the peace treaty, to the union, basically. What did they do as thanks for this collaborative effort? They stabbed them in the fucking back. So why does humanity need to do it again? To get stabbed in the back again? Look at the Tau. Look at the so-called good guys fucking enslaving their fucking people. Not people, but their so-called friends. Ugh, they don't acknowledge them because they don't know shit about the lore. They played Space Marine 2 and think that's 40k is all about. No, that's what fun is all about. Space Marine 2 is so much fun. But damn, it only surfaces, maybe not even, the lore of the world. It's not fascism, as the Imperium don't really give a shit about local governance outside of paying the damn tithe, the taxes, space taxes.
Okay.
They are not fucking fascists.
Okay.
No political.
Wait.
Sorry.
I'm very much tired of the figure in Warhammer 40k. The Imperium is fascist.
The closest thing you're gonna get to a fascist is, ironically, salamanders. Because they're so friendly to humans. They're the biggest fucking bros. And they turn this personality to a 180 as soon as you put Xeno scum in front of them. Fucking hammer bashes their faces in, bro. It's so fun to me. Fucking salamanders, bro. I'm here, lore again. Indeed! The town, the latest sphere expansion, slaughtered their human auxiliaries because they got a taste of true chaos. Oh, yeah, right! Oh, God. Yeah, the humans are the bad guys. Mm-hmm. The town are so very friendly. Kill as soon as they think they can't use them to an advantage anymore. Saturday night lore watching night, indeed.
Fascism is a very specific ideology that the Imperium cannot, by design, conform to. They
True.
might have traits that were of fascism on...
But many other today nations have that. Just because you have one or two traits doesn't mean that you're one-to-one the same. I mean, how far apart in DNA are we to monkeys? Does that make us monkeys because we have a low difference in DNA or something like that? Does that make us, monkeys? No, we're human. They're monkeys, we're human. Like, what the fuck?
Some of the worlds, because not even on all of them, but they cannot have fascism as a political way of doing things. The
True.
Imperium is massive. It has over 1 million worlds. Every world is required to pay taxes in whatever way they are asked. So soldiers, materials, money, gold, POs if they have them, just to throw on the battlefield against the enemy. Like, generally, whatever they can give, and it is good. The Imperium, by itself, is a dictatorial theocracy, because there is one single ruler. That ruler is a god, and that same god is in a fucking throne blocked on Terra, pretty much. He's stuck there.
Also holding back the gates of hell, or the equivalent to it, on holy planet Terra. The birthplace of humanity, a holy ground for humans. Blocking the path of every single demon trying to go there. You know, through the, you know. Also, being a beacon of light in the warp so people can actually know where they're going. Yeah. That's what the Emperor of Mankind is. Hope itself to every single human. I think I forgot to mention a kind of wholesome bit of lore regarding the Sallies. Well, not anymore, but still. Hey, what do you mean? I'll be back soon? Oh, okay.
That's what the Imperium is. They have traits that might conform with fascism, but that is just on some worlds. There are other worlds that might be more common with communism. There are other worlds that are more common with capitalism. There are worlds literally for everything, but the Imperium by itself is not fascist. It cannot be fascist.
True. Emperor allows human to traverse the warp at the end of the day. Yes, I know, he is the pillar of light, the star in the sky that lets the sailors of the warp actually know where they are and where they gotta go. Ruler, stop with that. So the Salamanders actually still take an active part in the lives of the families they come from. I know that! They still go back to their home planet! I know that! It's so cool. I love the salamanders. I pointed at your comment like you're gonna see where I'm pointing, like a dumbass.
Audience possible, not just to people on terror watch lists. In Space Marine 2, the latest Warhammer 40k game ended up doing the former, choosing appeal over what I would call honesty about its universe.
Okay, let's see in what way he will...
What? Hold on, what?
The latest Warhammer 40k game ended up doing the former...
Choosing appeal over what I would call honesty about its universe? Did we not witness how badly Titus, a savior of what, millions of lives, got treated by the Inquisition? Or by that chapter master? Is it a chapter master? The one that was next to his bed watching him sleep. Didn't we witness how that guy was very much suspicious of Titus, even though Titus proved himself over and over again? Chaplain, thank you very much. You should play the first Space Marine game. Maybe, yeah, you're right. Maybe I should. Maybe I should.
Choosing appeal over what I would call honesty about its universe.
Okay, let's see in what way he will literally justify getting eaten alive by bugs just to make the humans the bad guys.
Well, the bugs need to eat somehow. And I need to consume. It's just what they do. It's in their nature. They're not the bad guys for following how they got constructed. By the first Space Marine game, and reinforce your hatred against the chaplain.
You're not a mindless, psychotic drone killing in the name of a doomed fascist empire, but a noble, heroic warrior protecting your home from freaks and degenerates.
Yes.
Yes, half the game is against the Tyranids, the other half is against chaos. It is literally the point of those factions.
The Tyranids, the innocent Tyranids.
Somebody think of the Tyranids!
Someone think of the space bugs that eat planets! Please! You know? Alright. I have to draw this comparison. But I think everyone knows about the World Eater of, I wanna say, Marvel comics, right? The Planet Eater. You know, he was in the latest Fantastic Four movie. He is not evil because he eats planets. Because he is a... You mean Galactus? Yes, Galactus. He isn't necessarily evil because he has to sustain himself by eating planets. Whether those planets have intelligent life or not, I don't remember if it matters to him or not, but you know, doesn't really matter. Because he is part of a cycle of a planet disappears, another one gets created. Right? On the other hand, the Tyranids only consume. They are not part of a cycle. They are a... He's not doing it maliciously, he's just fulfilling his duty in the cosmic order of things. Yeah, kind of like that. But again, the Tyranids are very much different. They're not part of a order, a cycle of life. They literally consume, and consume only. There's nothing that rebuilds afterward. It's not like a forest fire where life finds a way. They literally consume everything in their path that they can. There is no, yeah, this is left. Right? And also their fucking hive mind is also evil, and their individual bugs, if they have free thought, are also not very, you know, friendly. Let's be honest, by today's standards, everyone in Warhammer is evil, but if we're gonna put our civilization, we would rather adapt or die in that universe. No, we already watched how humans are actually not that evil. I mean, yeah, humans are chaotic, greedy, evil people, often, very often. I do not trust humanity as a whole, myself. However, humanity was the first to reach out their hand to actually make friends in the Golden Age. Humans were the first ones. They were the strongest faction during that time. And what happened when they fell from grace? Everyone kicked them when they were down. Even though they were the ones to, you know, liberate a lot of planets and actually help them. Humans are, by definition, just surviving at this point. They're not evil. Not sure about Craft World Eldars. I mean, they still have a certain amount of sadistic stuff, no? If I'm not wrong. Like, the Eldar have created their own doom by being sadistic pieces of shits that enslaved, tortured, and did all kinds of disgusting things with other races and themselves too, if I'm not wrong. You know, various kinks in quotation marks. So, you know, they're not very innocent either. They literally created the fourth Satan. Oh god. Anyone defending the Eldar is just But yeah, let's continue.
You think
there are no innocents here? True. Plus I think left is closer to Imperial than right. Imperium. I can't tell because again, it's different from planet to planet, right?
like applying exterminatuses to planets. Like there is a speech that goes where when I don't remember which game it is. Maybe it is the first Battlefield Gothic, but in which an Inquisitor.
Yes, it is.
When
With this, I doom 1 billion souls to death and allow the destruction of an entire world, or something like that. I think he's referencing this. The Exodiates are chill though, also they ride dinosaurs. That is actually kind of cool. I know, but at least Craftworld Eldars know what they make and try to fix that shit, unlike Dark Eldars. I don't know enough to affirm or deny your claim, so I'll just leave it at that.
when an Inquisitor is questioned, oh, Lord Inquisitor, there is really no other solution. We are going to kill 10 billion souls if we apply Exterminatus to this planet. And the Inquisitor goes on to explain that chaos is like a plant, the roots go deeper and deeper and cannot be extirpated completely.
I was wrong.
And he just closes it with the best way to describe the Inquisition in Warhammer 40k. Those that don't understand and those that don't know question my right to condemn 10 billion souls to oblivion.
At the end of the day, who revived Gilliman? Alright, fair, but it was the enemy of my enemy is my temporary ally kind of thing, so they would get at each other's throats eventually again. Right? They're not friends now. They're not allies. Their goals just aligned at that time. Or am I wrong? Unfortunately, craftworlders are too locked into their mindset. Humans live in spans too short for them to relate. Also, Yvrain was possessed by the newly raised Elder God of Death. Ah, after they beat Chaos, if they beat Chaos. Yeah. It would only be a temporary allyship, if anything. That's what I think.
Oblivion. Those that understand and those that know that I have no other choice.
It was no right to let them leave.
No right to let them leave. No right to other choice. Who the fuck told you to speak? Shut up.
In contrast to the bugs in the Starship Troopers movie, Tyranids are not the victims of aggression. Their singular goal is to devour absolutely everything. They are a force of nature, basically, and there is not.
No. They devour nature, but that's okay.
So,
you can be
until
wrong.
now, it is literally the Imperium is not justified. Now it is the Imperium is justified. What the
I'm not.
The enemy of my enemy is a problem for later is a perfect description. Thank you very much, Cool Man. MumiPlaynGames Workshop is going to go full fuck it and give in to the pressure and have Gilliman and Yvrain be an actual couple. Oh no. Isn't that the highest order of heresy right there? I know he's a Primarch, but not even he would be able to do that, right? Look up the Thanksgiving ad they made. I'd rather not. Wouldn't that destroy a lot of the continuity of the lore? Well, don't tell me.
I'm having a real headache. I'm not even joking at this point.
Commit even the most heinous atrocities without a hint of doubt, should his masters commend him. But let's not portray that, because that would be a downer for the average
I'm sorry, what the fuck is that gameplay?
player. Therefore, in Space Marine 2, Titus is mostly portrayed as a selfless war hero instead. And I know.
Selfless? No, he still follows orders and has a very, very much goal oriented to humanity. If that happens, we would see all-out war between Ultramarines and Inquisition. Maybe, probably.
I know that there is a bit more nuance to the story and the character, especially in light of the previous game, but that unfortunately doesn't matter. That stuff.
Oh, so wait.
Wait, what? What?
I know that there is a bit more nuance to the story and the character, especially in light of the previous game, but that unfortunately doesn't matter.
Why not? What? Oh yeah, he has quite a bit of history and lore behind him, but that doesn't matter.
That stuff.
Oh,
It would explain all his actions and how he does things, but that doesn't matter. It's fine. What the fuck is this? Pyramid of humans and elders. Forced marriage would not work with them since he's a Primarch, and I don't think that Eldar would survive the caliber Gulliman would carry. They are a very masochistic, sadistic bunch, are they not? Like they can take it. I think on a purely physical level, they can take it.
So wait, no. So wait a second. The entire fucking point he has made until now is that you are not the good guy in Space Marine 2 because you are just a brainwashed killing machine Nazi Space Marine super soldier. Then he comments that there is actually more nuance than he's portraying, but that doesn't matter. Sorry, what?
For lore wonks, not your average player who might not even have played the previous game. The nuance is lost on them, and because of this, due to the satire taking a backseat, we have lunatic space Nazis made to look like heroes tirelessly fighting against a tyrant of freaks that threaten to destroy their glorious civilization, which is exactly how, say, white nationalists think of themselves.
You dare compare a war between the same race against to humans protecting their planets from hostile takeovers? Not long time ago, but Ivrain is a part of Dark Eldar, so debatable. Rin also was kind of becoming a Drukhari as she was in the gladiatorial arena in Gomorrah. It's always White Clan, didn't it? This is... Holy shit, this is a level of brain damage I have not seen yet. Oh my god, like, this is so far-fetched.
No, oh my god.
This is why Warhammer 40k, in my opinion, is doomed to always have far-right hanger-ons. Unless they take the lore into a different direction. And I'm not quite sure how to do that while also preserving...
What? Giving in and dying? The only victims of circumstance in Warhammer 40k are most probably... Oh, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I saw the fucking ad. Yeah, again, the ones that are victims of circumstance are humans in this story. Again, I'm not gonna reiterate that. I've talked about how they, you know, got betrayed more than enough. I'm not saying the humans are good in and of itself, but they are trying to survive. They're trying to have their peace established. Yes, that's by conquering the galaxy, but that's because a future sight having, godly powers having, big E Emperor didn't see any other way. If a almost all knowing, almighty compared to any other human can't see a different path to peace, then I'm damn sure none of your ideas are gonna make it better. Fuck out of here. Why does it need a different direction? Everything is working right now. If you want different direction, make a new IP, war game for girls. I would actually look at that. Unironically, true. The humans are the most justified in their actions because they reached out in friendship with the Human Federation. Yeah, I said that multiple times too. Spontius already said they are good, as in more justified in their own evil, not good as they are nice. No, I never said that. They commit necessary evil to have their survival, and survival in itself is a neutral force. If you're fighting to survive and have to do certain actions to survive, no one can blame you for surviving. And anyone that does just hasn't been in that situation before.
Serving the grimdark setting, which is one of the main appeals of the IP. I do have some ideas here, though. I think what would help is getting more left-leaning people into the hobby. Also, games workshop.
Sick Marxism? Straight up communism, huh?
Get away! Fuck off!
No.
Pontius laugh. That is ridiculous. Screaming about Nazi this, white supremacy that, the Klan's this, but then supporting communism is just too funny. I'm sorry. That is a level of irony I can never attain in my life. I could strive my whole life to get the irony of that. I would never be able to. That is disgusting. Come on,
Macarius
bro.
and his crusade, aka Alexander the Great in space.
Oh, shut up.
Couldn't even put an effect to do that. He had to repeat it whispering.
Yes.
How in the fuck are these videos considered quality?
Well, to be fair, I think this criticism can be applied justly and unjustly at the same time, because it can be a fun factor, like a, oh, look, I'm embarrassing myself kind of funny, right? Like I did yesterday the whole evening. Fuck you, anyone who talks about it. Me included. Or, it can just be cringe, right? It has its own flair. Whether it fits or not is up to the one that sees it, right? In the eye of the beholder.
So it does come as a bloody huge shock that near the middle of the 41st millennium, a man stepped forth and told the universe to...
In the middle. No, it was 396 and 41.
Wait, hold on.
That's not the middle, but okay. We have dates! Give fucking dates!
Big juicy balls. This man was called Macarius, but you can call him Alexander the Great.
What the fuck? And look which faction is represented in their banner. The fucking railgun spamming blueberries. I'm just gonna assume it's the Tau.
In space.
Specifically because of railgun. I don't know if... I remember them being blue, but I wouldn't have gotten it just from blueberries. Railguns, however, I know.
Again.
Seriously, he's... Other than Macarius's, he was still secretly super down to keep going, but he's not a selfish prick that would sacrifice the lives of his men for his own personal glory.
Wait, what?
Why? He's a fucking conqueror. What?
He's not a prick that will sacrifice the life of his men. Okay, I
Well-
can give him that. Yes, he wouldn't sacrifice the lives of his men uselessly. But one of the main observations that Leo does when he joins...
Wait, oh, by the way, the Tau have actual blue blood and have blue-gray tinged skin. So they're literally frog people. Huh. So what you're telling me is that Earth Defense Force 6 is just accurate to Warhammer 40k. Except for Ethereals, who are purely gray and kind of freaky looking. Huh.
with his friends Ivan and Anton that you can see on screen, his personal bodyguards, the personal bodyguards of Macarius, is that he is in more shit than he was when he was just a Baneblade pilot.
To be fair, they have blue blood in that. Speaking as the one who learned philosophy in free time, American left is not communism. Stop doing that. They are progressivists at best. I like to call them the modern church of progressivism. When I said communism, I was talking about the guy that had Marxism in his fucking name. Was I not? Which, you know, communism derives from Marxist ideology. So, I don't think I was inaccurate in saying what I said. The guy in the video that Pontius is actually criticizing said, let's introduce more left people to the hobby, and showed a guy that has Marxism in his name. So, you know, they also don't have a nasal passage. So the slit in between their faces is just there, apparently. What the fuck? I don't know what they look like, so I can't tell, you know.
Because Macarius is always leading from the front. They are literally
That's the funniest thing. Nobody understands what communism is. Not left, not right. I mean, in its description, communism is everything is owned by the state and everyone works for basically nothing in return. Everyone earns the same thing, and you know, resources get distributed by the government or whatever power is in place at the time. However, those things are so easily abusable that you will not find a large-scale communism that doesn't have a dictator. On a small scale, like a small village, it can work, but even there, oftentimes you will have a village chief that can very easily abuse his power. Yes, you can find 1 or 2 villages that are not going to have that, but they're the exception to the rule. I am not a fan of communism. I would not like to work for free and for nothing in return, and have to work not to get punished instead. You know? Oh, we read up on Marxism ideology. It's a whole thing. It's disgusting. Bro, a fucking rich-ass kid talking about what the working man wants and doesn't want, or needs and doesn't need, is disgusting. Fuck that guy.
shields for Macarius.
He was then assassinated by either A, a chaos cultist, or B, an imperial assassin, as it would sound better if he died in battle rather than getting taken by Nurgle's gifts. How it happened doesn't really matter.
What? What? You're a lore channel. How it happened doesn't really matter, should never have left your fucking mouth in this context.
Macarius had...
How it happened doesn't really matter.
Yes, it is.
This godlike figure. How did he die? Oh, I don't know.
Who the fuck cares?
Testament to Alexander the Great in space.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh my god.
I'm starting to get annoyed too.
Remain long after. The Age of Apostasy. This shitty time officially went for around 100 years, but its prelude and legacy extended much further. You could genuinely say that the full might of chaos during the Horus Heresy did less damage to the Imperium than the Age of Apostasy.
No. No, this is simply a false equivalence. It is not true. Like, the Age of Apostasy brought a lot of trust problems and division into the Imperium. But between that and having literal millions of space marines killed on the battlefields in a giant fucking war that broke the galaxy in half, between brothers and former siblings that now wanted to kill each other with planet-destroying weapons, I don't think that's even comparable to the Age of Apostasy. The Age of Apostasy was psychotic guy takes power. The Horus Heresy was literally the entire galaxy is burning.
Yep.
When people...
Correct, and that's the trick. If government is somehow prone to corruption, it's cooked. That's why it's utopia unless you change the mind of people, evolutionary through millennia. Yeah, but the way they're trying to change the modern audience, I don't like it. That's a pompous rich boy with the fuckboy who hated his parents and managed to drag a noble woman to a marriage that resulted in her being alienated from her family. The former is Engels and the later is Marx, just to clarify. Damn. Wasn't too far off. Idiots nonetheless. How are people gonna... sorry, just a basic understanding. People are gonna clown on the forefathers in America, like the pioneers of America who established the country, and call them uneducated, and like that they have less knowledge than a 12-year-old today when they created a fucking country, but they're gonna defend Marx and Engels, who were arguably worse because they couldn't show any results at all. Russia is not a good, whereas idiots who thought they were smarter than they were. You know what's worse than an idiot who knows he's an idiot? An idiot who thinks he's a genius.
Hear about the age of A-pop, they usually just think about Mr. Van Dyer, that dick, and his tyrannical reign. But there's a lot more to it than that. See,
get into the Zoomer language,
any imperial citizen
what's the
unlucky
third
enough
section
to
of the video?
Epilogue.
That's the epilogue? Wait, how much of the actual Age of Apostasy is this?
3 to 11 minutes. So 8 minutes to explain the Age of Apostasy. We did it in 1 hour. Anyway, let's go.
Well, we fucking suck.
Yeah, we suck. We want to be precise, Pio. That's not good.
a man would rise. George Van Dyer.
George Van Dyer. Oh my god. Like, I had...
Also, the founding fathers were relatively young guys who got together and built a nation twice, technically. Are you talking about the Civil War in between? Maybe? I might have my American history fucked up, though. Again, I don't know too much about America. I just have general knowledge, but again, my brain mixy-muxy everything. No? Yeah, see. I love having you guys around, being able to correct me instantly. I'm never gonna make fucking lore videos on my own, bro. I can't. I fucking can't. If I didn't have you guys to correct me, I'd fuck up so much shit. I'd be in a Lore Destroys episode from Pontius. We had to get rid of the Articles of Confederation. That's why we have the Constitution. Ah, no, the Constitution does make sense. It was built very smartly because they were unaware. They could not predict the future. Therefore, they made something that didn't need to predict the future and let the people fight if, in case the government got too much power or got corrupted by the Second Amendment, First Amendment. The Fifth Amendment is to protect oneself from the law by not talking, right? So yeah. The First and Second Amendment, free speech, and the right to carry arms are one of those are the most important amendments that we have, and it speaks volumes as to why they are the first two amendments to be granted. And I think that is incredibly smart. If my country ever were to try and get rid of the guns that the people have, I'd go out and strike. That is disgusting, and I will not let that happen. The guns are literally there to have a certain respect factor for the government to the people, because they know the people can turn against them at any time. It is important for the government and the people to have each other's weaknesses. The government has the laws in their hands, while the people have the power in their hands. Military, basically. I think that is incredibly important to understand. Yeah. Anyway.
people complaining in my video because I call him Gog, but because that's I come from a Latin language. I don't read it as Gauge Van Dyer. I read it as Gog Van Dyer. But George Van Dyer is out of the world even for me.
George was a smart, charismatic man who rose to the top of the Adeptus Administratum through...
Smart, charismatic man? He was literally a fucking maniac manipulator. People were scared of him.
Wow.
Yeah, smart, charismatic man. He became my lord of the fucking administratum by subterfuge and blackmail.
He was so charismatic, everyone who hated him and was afraid of him.
He was so charismatic, they wanted to kill him. Fucking god.
In reality, it was Van Dyke's super...
Also, I'm still waiting for Pontius to release Major Kill files. What the fuck?
advanced special deflector field, but the Daughters of the Empire...
It was stronger as the articles had it, so the government of the collective states couldn't even mediate interstate trade without permission. Also, Canada was still probably seen as British hostility and potential antagonism. I don't. Again, that goes into so much history that I don't know what you're talking about. Again, that you already lost me. Again, I know bare bones stuff, right? But arguably, I know terrifyingly more than your average guy on the street. And your average Twitter freak, apparently. Yeah. And I'm European. They're not working on that. Let me explain. At the base of communism and Marxism lies an early concept of stratification, basically differentiation between classes on human, at the bottom of which is workers, and on top are bourgeois, owners of 90% of goods, and simplifying main idea is to flip that pyramid and turn it into the line where everyone is equal. Now let's talk about modern left or progressivism. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. As much as I hate to say this, workers need a figurehead, a manager, if you will. As much as I hate to say this, and I really truly do, a manager is often truly required. However, in today's overexpansion, fucking companies and fucking corporations, there's too many of them, right? There's managers of managers of managers. That doesn't make sense. It's inefficient. It doesn't work. We've established that multiple times. However, a group of workers needs one manager that is the talking point of either directly to the boss or the whatever the equivalent of the boss is. CEO, whatever, who cares? Workers need that because the workers otherwise don't have time to work. I know that because every time I'm like, I don't have enough time, the sentence that I so desperately hate is, make yourself some time. And I'm like, how, where, when? I have an image of the difference between the case of the Tau. However, I got it from the promotion section of the 1D 6th gen page. The Tau, so it's kind of ranchy, though no nips or other bits are shown. Put it in the not safe for work one. I guess we do have a not safe for work one, right? We have two not safe for work things, right? You know, I don't know. We do. We have an we have one age restricted channel. Do we have another one? Huh. It's the NSFW fan art, I guess. But I can make one later. I can make one later specifically for that.
Emperor weren't exactly
Hello,
tech
sir.
savvy, so they
Super advanced deflector field. It was literally just a fucking, amulet.
Rosarius.
Yeah, it is a Rosarius. It is an amulet. It is used by specific chaplains. Not that much technology in them. They are even inferior to the fucking iron halos, but okay.
and made them his bodyguard. He also fucked them, like, a lot.
What?
It is implied and never confirmed, the major kill. Let's not get vulgar here.
That's not me trying to be sexual and shit. Like, he straight up plowed the ever-living shit out of them.
No! This is you over-sexualizing it!
Hey chicka babes, we are the Emperor's literal golden angels. George Van Dyer is a horny dickhead. Let's go kill him. And the brides... uppity dickheads from ruining everything in the Imperium. And they also made the Ordo Sicarius, whose job was to make sure that the Officio Assassinorum...
Officio Assassinorum? Officio Assassinorum? Is it so hard? Officio no... What the fuck?
Officio Assassinorum.
Anyway, bullshit on the Ordo Sicarius. The Ordo Sicarius had nothing to do with this entire thing.
Damn.
Likewise, the Emperor communicating with Alicia to stop George was also a bit of a thing. It seems as if Seb...
I'm really considering, like, using my head as a battering ram against my wall. If I have to hear again another George Van Der, I will go completely berserk.
Something to translate into German once again. How fun.
Wow, this was funnier to edit than I expected. Thank you for watching. Remember to like and subscribe, and check out our serious lore videos. And if you want to watch the full episodes of Lord Destroyers,
even I can pronounce it properly, and I'm a stupid American! I like how you go there.
And join our Patreon. Lots of lore to learn, and lots of wrong videos to correct. See you next video.
I should say I'm Slavic more often. That drives the whole point across a little more than saying I'm European. What the fuck is that? Oh god, more the demi drama? I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm okay. I don't need that. Anyway, this was Lord Destroyers, the best of. Again, if you want to have the full episodes where he goes through the entire videos, you can visit his Patreon. I'm gonna shill it. Yes, I am. The cheapest one is $5 a month, if I'm not wrong. And yeah, you know, check Pontius out. Leave him a like, subscribe, sub, comment, you know, everything, you know, and maybe with me too. Bye. Okay. Which one do we go with next? We have the lore today, so let's go. Maybe, how about we test my knowledge and watch some of the bad lore explanations of other people? Progressivism takes the basics of communism by turning the social stratification and making everyone equal. The idea evolved into the opposite of that. First of all, the stratification, which is basics of the ideology, switching it from work to play ratio to race, gender, and all of that start with a which is a huge departure, making it some kind of social revisionism. And not Marxism or communism. And that's only the beginning. Yeah. It's real damn tempting to join the Patreon once I get a job. You know, that's fair. But we gotta shill our boy, man. Oh, okay. Whose video do we watch if we want to test my knowledge? Check out his Primaris video. He made the creation so well. Even I was shocked Game Workshop didn't do it that way. Do you mean how Primaris are made, like the organs? Because if you're talking about the explanation of what a Primaris is, I've already watched that. You know, what is the video called again? But a war right there. Female space marines, the Imperium are the good guys. What is a space marine? I watched the What is a Space Marine. But again, all right. Who do we watch if I want to test my knowledge to see if I can keep up with their mistakes? Hang on. Major kill? Oh god, no. All right. Go for one of the worst ones first. So, major kill, all right. Major kill. Let's see how good I can be. Like rate me at the end or something. I don't know. What do we have here in this videos feed? Mysterious and awesome. Top 5 best chapter masters you've never heard of. I can't go that far. I can only correct lore in a logic applicant manner. I don't know dates. I don't remember characters very well and stuff like that. I can only like go for like basic logic of the universe on how it's built and other stuff, right? I watched the Space Marine 2 review from Bricky. I played Space Marine 2 and I have proven myself to be, you know, more understand. Okay, that's actually that is a good idea. I think Google is referencing the video, the Primaris mistake. Maybe. Do you only do Warhammer 40k lore? Today, yes. Today, yes. I take the Saturday to do that specifically. However, what was it? Fucking Bereki. Space Marine 2 review.
Don't forget.
Oh, that's 50 minutes long. Goddamn. What happens if you run out of lore? This guy thinks I can run out of Warhammer 40k lore. What a dumbass. Anyway, this is Bricky. Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 Ultra Heresy Edition. Yeah, let's get right into it.
Don't forget, and might I say, never forget, to always use code BRICKY for 10% off.
I use the superior code of Code Kirsche or Smugglana. She recently got a merch drop on Gamersubs. Check that shit out. I'm gonna check it out very soon myself, so you know. It actually looked really cool.
Your order.
Let's go.
Gamersubs.com/bricky.
This video contains spoilers.
Space Marine 2 is one of the most anticipated games of the year for a large number of people around me. Not only is this because I make Warhammer content and collect little model toys that make the pew-pew noises and roll ones when I need sixes, but also because it is one of the most high-profile sequels of the last few years I've seen. Space Marine 1 is a third-person action game from 2011. The humorous part of Space Marine is that it's genuinely a rather unremarkable title to the majority
Nothing
of
is infinite.
It's a relatively generic third-person shooter / melee hybrid game that took a little over 5 hours to beat and had all of the hallmarks of a military shooter of that era. Mediocre overall narrative, relatively gray or tan atmosphere, mostly forgettable characters, and an over-reliance on QuickTime events. It was a 6 out of 10 at best. A perfectly serviceable game with some above-average average moments, but overall nothing extremely exciting outside of the satisfaction of beating orcs to a pulp and the hilarity of the side villain.
Oh, okay.
Steal my titans! Steal my loot! I'll rip your guts right out your throat!
And a decently in-depth PvP mode. But that's to a layperson. To a Warhammer fan, it's one of the few times their beloved franchise has graced mainstream eyes. One of the only...
This motherfucker. Ooh, hold me back. Oh, God. This universe has been around for nearly 40 years, now 39 to be precise. Mostly forgettable characters. Lean Draws was a literal meme for years, but okay.
Times. The Warhammer 40,000 setting had been adapted into something for the modern day, the modern gamer, not another strategy game this time. A real...
Wait, is this the... No, it's Space Marine 2.
The times level of product. Characters like Titus and Leandros were not subpar soldier men saying soldier men things. They're important now, turning into various memes in the fandom and creating what I consider one of the largest examples of rose-tinted power armor in quite some time. 13 years later, and Warhammer as a product has grown substantially. Already on the up and up for a bit, the COVID-19 pandemic locked everyone indoors and forced them to put down the work clothes and pick up the paintbrush. Along with releases of newer, better editions of the tabletop game, higher quality miniatures, and some new mainline games, Warhammer 40k was truly on the rise to being a mainstream name outside of just the United Kingdom. With the success of multiple Warhammer titles such as Mechanicus, Darktide, Boltgun, and Rogue Trader, it was clear that the people hungered for more digestible, wide appeal 40k titles, and it just so happened that a certain one from 2011 decided to end on a cliffhanger, ready to be picked back up. Captain Titus, accused of chaos, corruption, and heresy at the end of Space Marine 1, returns 13 years later with a new game, a new coat of paint, and a demotion in Space Marine 2.
There's nothing I can say yet that is wrong or anything, or I can criticize, since, again, I'm missing a lot of knowledge myself.
Developed by Saber Interactive and published by Focus Entertainment.
What is your reward? My salvation is my reward. What is your craft? My craft is death. What is your pledge? My pledge is eternal service.
That fucking Sylvester Stallone lip. Later, the escalation and the main part is that the first law of feminism, which basically states this, the reverse sexism does not exist in any case. That means women can do anything to men, slave torture and everything, and that is not important because, here's, it depends on the indoctrination. It's either in the worst case they deserve it, or in the best case scenario, yes, that's bad, but put your speech about a woman problem there. And that's only the beginning here. Okay. Ah, damn. Alright. Alright.
Now, some backstory. I am what one would like to call a small Warhammer fan. I dabble a little bit.
He can only get so erect, chat.
And this dabbling has brought me to a lot of aspects of the hobby, and with the exception of the laughable Warhammer Plus subscription service, I tend to engage with all of it, be they books, games, and the tabletop. This has made me grow into a strange combination of excited and jaded at the same time. Warhammer, much like Star Wars, is a collection of fantastic things, mediocre things, and terrible things all under the same label. Where they differ is that Star Wars, at least lately, has a significantly larger percentage in the mediocre things category, where Warhammer feels like it is spread amongst all three evenly. It is 33% pure cinema, bland padding, and absolute horseshit. Engaging with the media, engaging with the universe is not about enjoying its aspects as a whole, but rather finding the things you individually love and putting your time and effort into that. You may find nothing appealing about the Tyranids, giant bugs from outer space, and the main villain of Space Marine 2, but the undead Egyptian skeleton Necrons might be far more engaging. The Ultramarines...
Wait, we didn't fight any Necrons. Am I wrong? We didn't fight any Necrons. I believe Battle Tech is older than Warhammer 40k and Warhammer Fantasy, but only by 3 or 4 years. Damn. Okay, hold on. But in Space Marine 2, we didn't fight any fucking... What? Hold on, what?
Giant bugs from outer space and the main villain of Space Marine 2, but the undead Egyptian skeleton Necrons might be...
Necrons. That's a Mechanicus backpack. Right? Not yet? Yeah, I guess, but Space Marine 2 doesn't... At least the base game, I don't know about any DLCs. The base game, Space Marine 2, which this review is based upon, does not show a single Necron! But Chaos Space Marines, which, yes, he's right, they look Egyptian in style.
Far more engaging. The Ultramarines, protagonists of this title, to me are relatively boring outside of a few of their named characters, yet my favorite Space Marine Legion are...
I love just listening to them talk sometimes. I did that a few times throughout my playthrough. What the fuck is he on about? Huh? Did he not interact with the world outside of fighting at all?
Murdering psychopaths who flay people alive for fun. So what that says about me, I don't know. The reason for this whole tangent is that while I am often excited for new Warhammer games, I am also rather critical of them, possibly even more so than I am of other products, because I care so much about this universe and those that participate.
They only had Necron tombs in Space Marine 2? Yeah, that's true. But we didn't see any Necrons specifically.
In it, I want it to be a good representation of what we can put out. This is
what that says about me. You're edgy and boring.
This is why I don't prescribe to the recent consensus that Space Marine 1 is an underrated gem from the past. I think it's perfectly fine and doesn't go much past that. I was really hoping Space Marine 2 would be that gem, would be what Space Marine 1 could have been given more time and not being 13 years ago. Was I right? Kind.
Space Marine 2 was an awesome game. What? Let's see what he's criticizing. Or what he's going to criticize. Well, to be fair, most people don't like that because they get all the ad stuff. What? Oh, okay.
So let's talk campaign. In Space Marine 2, you play as Lieutenant Titus, demoted after the accusation from Leandros and here to stop a Tyranid invasion. The Tyranids are a hive mind of extremely genetically adaptive bugs who basically turn all forms of biomass into more of them. They're pretty insane and often considered one of, if not the biggest threat to all sentient life in the galaxy. So, you know, stop them from eating the entire planet. And the intro of this game is, in my opinion, the best part. You play as a nameless death.
What? That is the best part?
Soldier after an excellent opening cutscene where you crash down below and are slowly taught how to shoot, fight,
Oh, Blue Boys get all the ads, no one else because Game Workshop is dumb. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, they are the front and center of Games Workshop's eyes. The Ultramarines are the apple in the eye of Games Workshop. That's true. And I do also think that's bad because I like Ultramarines. I really do. They're like my second place in terms of favorites. But I want more Salamanders, Lamenters, my boys! I want more Sisters of Battle and Silence specifically. because the Sisters of Silence sound just so fucking badass to the point where even when they commit a heresy, in quotation marks, they're forgiven sometimes. Like the one time a Sister of Silence was sure she was doomed and spoke and said in the name of the Emperor or something like that, and Custodes next to her actually didn't report her or just, you know, allowed her to say it because he respected the Sister of Silence so much. That is really cool moment right there. Why the fuck can't we have that more often? Right?
Dodge and all the rest, while your kill team is slowly killed piecemeal as you are unable to message them due to a damaged Vox. This whole part culminates in a reveal where right after you send your bioweapon to halt the Tyranid advance, it's revealed that this...
Yeah, forgiven good luck going through a Repentia process. Because Game Workshop is old. Fair enough. I mean, I think their issue is that a lot of them are too young. No? At this point. They can't really write stories anymore. A lot of them are really bad writers with good ideas.
Soldier is actually Captain Titus. Holy pog, add the soy jack pointing image to the screen. That is before you get impaled by a Carnifex and are murdered, but miraculously live by crossing the Rubicon Primaris and becoming Primaris Lieutenant Titus. That's right, baby. We knew Games Workshop had another Primaris Lieutenant for us, and it's T-Man himself. You are inducted back into the Ultramarines on shaky ground, and off you go.
All right, that is a fair critique right there. I don't think anyone's going to say anything about that specifically. I think it is very, you know, what do you call it? When stuff just aligns perfectly, what do you call it? Not comfortable. Positively coincidental. Fun fact, the Tyranids were not running from something. They came to the galaxy due to during the Horus Heresy, a fortress named the Pharaohs blew up. The explosion was so big, it caught their attention. Oh. I mean, at that point they didn't, but, why did it come out wrong? What? Have you not seen the third CEO of Games Workshop older than some people in the lore? What? Why did it come out wrong? Barabbas Dentio had no idea that the Pharaoh's destruction would draw the eldritch horde of nightmare bugs. Yes, but I thought the reason why I mean, hold on. The Necrons are afraid of the Tyranids for two reasons. Three reasons, rather. And one of the reasons is just more that they're shocked about something, right? One reason is they're very, very patient, right? They can just wait out almost any other race. They can just wait. Because they're ever living, technically, with their living metal and shit. However, if they wait too long, the Tyranids are not going to leave them with anything to wait for, because they're just going to consume everything. That is the first fear. The second fear is the incredible strength and numbers of the Tyranids, because they are just ever reproducing, right? And the third one is because they found out they did run from something. The Necrons specifically. Only they knew about it, right? They inferred some kind of information, I don't know, and they know that the Tyranids ran from something. However, how the Tyranids came to the system is not that reason, based on my knowledge. Did I do anything wrong in the summon up? No, they're not. It's the opposite. The Tyranids are afraid of Necrons. The Tyranids ironically ignore planets that have an active tomb world on them. Fair enough. Well, the reason why I said the Necrons are afraid of the Tyranids, I guess I didn't say it wrong, since I'm since the reason is more like they're afraid there's nothing left for them if they leave the Tyranids for too long, right? Kind of like that. Because predators are always going to chase after the easier prey if it's not far smaller than something else, right? Usually. Well, not all of them. All right, fair. Well, how many free will Necrons are there? Was there not like just 5 or 3? And also the Pharaoh's explosion was the reason they came to the galaxy, but it took them really long to get there. You know, I didn't argue that. I just said that the Tyranids did run from something but that's not the reason why they came here, right? Yeah. Two things can be true at the same time, no? But thank you for, you know, the only ones with free will are the nobles. All right, yeah, something like that. And we only know of 3 or 5, right?
To murder Xenos filth in the name of the God Emperor. Now, this is where people might tend to diverge on opinions a bit. Space Marine 2 is a 2010s shooter through and through, and what that means for you can vary. When I think of
wait, what was that? How did you get a sound cue, a visual cue, and still miss the parry window for that? No, that Lords.
Shooter, I think the same thing I discussed prior. Gray and Tam, grunting dudes in armor, bad characterization, and worse story, but with tons of shooty bang bang. Others see it as a straightforward turn your brain off level of action with set pieces and window dressing to enjoy as they play. For them,
that only applies if you play on a low difficulty, where it's easy to get through the level, so you can pay more attention to the story. I expect a streamer, of all people, who does this for a living, to go through the hard mode, no? Where you can't turn off your brain, otherwise you're pretty much fucked very quick.
Lack of any kind of overarching narrative.
But I guess it is taste thing, so can be a negative critique too, like a not good critique.
Is not a bad thing, it's half the point. I can't deny when I say that I was hoping for a little more from the narrative of this game, but I think it stings twice as much due to the promise I was seeing at certain parts.
Damn!
Now, for starters, the gameplay of Space Marine 2 is incredibly fun, genuinely a great time to mess around with. It plays more like God of War than it does a third-person shooter. You do plenty of gun combat, but the melee has light combos that you throw around, and then you parry when you see a blue light or dodge when you see a red light. Then an enemy is wounded enough to be executed, which helps you regenerate armor or health if you have recently lost some. And it just helps that the game is an absolutely gory spectacle. Just pure blood splatters everywhere and bugs being ripped apart limb from limb, one after the other. It truly is glorious, and it better be glorious because that's all you are going to be doing for the 8 or so hours this campaign lasts. During that time,
Game are made for fun, not to try hard. Fair enough. Mumi, he plays on easy mode. Look at the shield amount he has. Wait, the shield amount is different in hard and easy mode? No, it's more like Souls-like game. You dodge a lot more than in the first game. If you do the combos right, that's not true. If you do the combos right, you can very much just slaughter a rip and tear kind of thing. At the start of the game, I had to dodge a lot, that's true, but later on I could very much just, as long as there were enemies, regen. On hard, you have 2, easier is 3. Damn! I was playing on fucking hard!
Doing for the 8 or so hours this campaign lasts. During that time, Titus will begrudgingly be...
All I want to say is, I knowledgeable in politics, maybe even too much, don't want to participate in it for two reasons. I don't want to play game because I choose not to participate in that because the politics are enemies of entertainment and they spoil it if they enter, and I want to do entertainment and only that. Yeah, fair. That's a fair point.
Given orders from his Scottish-ass captain, while his two subordinates question his actions
Scottish-ass
throughout the
captain.
campaign. I say this so matter-of-fact because that really is a massive amount of what the campaign has to offer.
But earning your subordinates' trust is the way of a captain, of a leader. Even if this is the Imperium and you're supposed to be loyal, earning the loyalty of your soldiers is important for not only morale and tactical input, but also so you can actually fight the enemies. Bricky did a review on Red Alert 3. Can you watch it afterwards, please? Well, the thing is, we're watching the review here to see whether my knowledge on Warhammer 40k is good. I'd have to first get knowledge on on Red Alert 3 first. Yeah, unfortunately, they won't let us just grill!
Your squad get an order from your captain. You go down to eradicate the Tyranid infestation. You do exactly that while saying the famous Ultramarine lines such as death to the Xenos or for Gilliman or courage and honor or die heretic. Then you return.
No. Anything but dirty Xeno scum is unaccepted. 2, when we talk about politics, we usually mean American politics because America is the capital of entertainment, and in my opinion, Americans have enough agency to make political decisions on their own. So hopefully from that point onward, no politics from me from now on. Fair enough. Red Alert 3 lore is just memes you don't need to know.
Back to the battle barge, get more orders.
Those lines only said during the ult activation. Yeah. Like, I used completely different lines when I was just doing the game. Like, for the Emperor is far more common, in my opinion.
And do it again. That...
Or even just the skulls for the skull throne, blood for the blood god is also way more common, even though it's heresy. You know? But it is what it is.
For the most part, is the entire purpose of the campaign. It's a COD campaign from 2010. Big, gruff, shoot man, McGrungy dude are given orders, execute them, return for more orders, and then repeat. And you're probably...
Except your character's actually giving input and putting plans into motion. And there is actual structural integrity in the missions to actually achieve a goal. Such as calling for Caligar! God, I hope so, too, man.
Asking, well, what's wrong with that? Hell, these COD games from back when were relatively loved at the time. And to that I say,
yep.
Not
He says this is a very simple game. When this betrayal came pretty much out of nowhere and everyone hated it. Like on an emotional level.
Really? Often they were considered the weakest
the moment itself was love because of the twist, but
parts of their package. But even with that being said, they did have set pieces that made it a bit more enjoyable overall. What Space Marine 2 is missing is both the story and characterization as...
It was a good twist, yeah. I mean, they hated that it, like, happened in a moment, like, no! But they loved that it... Yeah, it's weird to explain because it's like a... I love that that twist happened, but I hate what happened. Yeah, it's very good story writing right there.
Well as the set pieces, and that is where I think it truly misses its part. Gameplay set pieces, not visual ones. That's all beautiful, but the actual meat, the player part. Set pieces are easier to discuss because they are gameplay related. As mentioned before, a majority of the campaign will be the usual shoot, stab, and murder of Xenos. But what
it's Warhammer 40k. What do you expect?
This is out on is any change in the formula to mix it up and keep each individual mission fresh.
Like new enemies that you encounter through the missions. I'm sorry. This is a unfair criticism right there, in my opinion, because you do get new weapons to try out. You do get the option of doing a loadout later on as well, so you can mix up your playstyle as much as you want, which is that flair that he's talking about in one sense. Another sense is the enemy types. That we have multiple ones. You have to fight the Chaos Space Marines way differently from the Xenos, because the Xenos have comparatively low health but bigger number. However, the Chaos Space Marines have a lot of range tactics and have higher health. Way higher. Which made them all the more dangerous.
In the campaign, there is absolutely zero progression of any kind. You don't earn experience, you don't earn armor upgrade.
Yes, because it's completely devoid of the multiplayer. This is the story. It's a campaign. Yes, you could have made like a small EXP bonus to the multiplayer as well if you complete the campaign. But not many games have that on its own already.
You don't earn cosmetics, you simply play as Titus, and that is that. Unless you are a co-op and then you play as his other two squad mates as well. Now, normally, when the game throws you into a set piece, it strips you of all of your upgrades, and it's a bit annoying. But because that doesn't exist, there is a profoundly lacking amount of cool shit to do in each mission. My mind races directly back to Titanfall 2, one of the best shooter campaigns of all time, and vividly remembering every single story mission having some kind of cool gimmick. Getting separated from BT in the sewers, the apartment home.
I apologize, but you are comparing one of the greatest FPS campaigns ever written to a highly acclaimed game? I'm sorry, what? Gotta going to the gym with my dad. Oh, hell yeah, you get that workout in, brother. The only thing I hated was they took away my loadout after a certain cutscene, like how I lost my plasma incinerator in the end game and had to use the weak bolter. Fair enough, same. Titanfall 2, the best campaign, debatable, but okay. I said one of the best campaigns for FPS specifically. Fucking listening comprehension. Hello, Mumi. Hello, Flash! Hi! Do you want me to prove it? I said, one of the best FPS campaigns to be ever written. One of the, not the best. Hello? You get to directly play as a small Space Marine squad from Dawn of War 2, but you're not giving the orders on the grand tactical scale, Bricky. It's more than lived up to the hype, ya Kotaku journalist masquerading as gamer. True. I said it to Bricky, not you. Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I apologize in that case. But let's go back a little bit.
Getting separated from BT in the sewers, the apartment home fabricator map with all the verticality, affecting causes time travel, and the Seer escape kit. There is always a cool reason why they all felt different. And if you want a similar example back in the time frame of Space Marine 1, hell, even something like Modern Warfare 2 from 2009 is a good one. Turret sections on the Humvees, snowmobile chase scenes, two factions fighting each other as Crossfire, defending the Burger Town, AC-130 segments, all of this stuff. It's all stuff to break up.
This is a Did he just multiple times call up on FPS games to compare it to a third-person melee slash shooter? Yeah, you can compare the quality, but what? Cold War plus time travel, Red Alert, lore, Robot Japan for some reason, the memes. Fair enough. Wait, is Red... Hold on. Is Red Alert the tactic strategy game where the lore is the Nazis developed nukes first? Or no one developed nukes at all? Is that the campaign of Red Alert? No? Oh. Too bad. Aaron, I believe in American people, which will be shocking to you if you knew my secret. It's where the Nazis never even came into existence. Oh, okay.
The usual.
All right. These are completely different games. That it's like comparadoxals to the Surge. I don't know how he can't see how dumb his take is. Yes. No, I agree. I mean, you can compare quality, like how much care is given to a game. You can compare that. But elements in the game specifically? No. Because, for example, if you like are mad that there is not enough like versatility in like how many different guns you have, that is not the fault of the game makers. They are limited by the universe that this is playing in. At least if we just talk about the campaign. Red Alert 2 is in RTS, and Red Alert 1 game begins with the Einstein killing Hitler. I know about Red Alert 1! I saw a playthrough of that! The narrator or the person that gave you information was a big booty Nazi woman, big tits Nazi woman. I mean to say, right? Yeah, I saw a playthrough of that. All right, okay, that actually might be fun. Okay, I'll actually think about that.
Moment-to-moment gameplay, and Space Marine 2 has almost none of this except for 3 parts I can actually remember. The first is you get a pyro blaster and you burn a bunch of Ripper swarms into a room and push them out from surrounding you. That part's fine, it's a bit of novelty, but the really fun moment, probably the best in the game, is when you are falling from space across a bunch of destroyed ships, and that genuinely felt incredibly badass. All you're doing is moving yourself out of the way of stuff, but just seeing that was such an awesome breakup from all the other kinds of gameplay going on. There's also a bit near the end when you hold your...
Are you gonna skip over the jetpack sequences altogether? Are you really serious? He's gonna skip over the jetpack elements right there? Just like that? The jump and run shit? I already watched one of your videos. I watched Lord Destroyers episode 1, and then I said I want to test my knowledge and see if I can dismantle someone else's video too. Fuck you! I already watched one of yours! Oh god. There's an achievement for that sequence called "My face is my shield," or you get hit 5 or 10 times. Damn. Rewatch it. I am late. Well, big titty Bolshevik lady, to be accurate. Somehow eliminating Hitler caused the First World War to not end, and America fighting against the Soviets wrote, I think. Oh, okay. Goddamn, what the fuck? I think I'm talking about the second one, Red Alert 2. I think in that case, that where the Nazis kill Einstein.
Company standard and fired a bunch of enemies with a pistol, which is kind of decent.
Correct, Iron.
But other than that, there is genuinely so little to break up the same.
You are literally showing the jetpack sequence, which is so fucking awesome! What? Am I just imagining this? Did he put the gameplay in here just to... What? Also, new video is almost complete. I should finish the editing today. Ooh, goddamn! I got insider information, guys. The video of Pontius is soon coming out.
Gameplay loop over and over again, which I wouldn't mind if there was customization or progression to keep it interesting, but
this is a campaign, my guy.
It doesn't have that, and it wears very thin over the
Red Alert 3, the USSR go back in time, Einstein? Oh, fuck yeah, my memory did not fail me.
course of the game's runtime. Which, hey, I mean, we can forgive, right? If the story and people we are playing are a bit better, and here I'm a bit more mixed. I do think gameplay-wise it overstates its welcome, but the gameplay is so good that even while that does happen, it isn't the worst thing ever. But what gets me here is just general wasted opportunity. Like, Space Marines are often seen as boring characters, and for damn good reason.
Hold on. Sorry, what?
Playing are a bit better. I mean, we can very thin over the course of the game's runtime.
Okay,
Which,
okay.
hey, I mean, we can forgive, right? If the story and people we are playing are a bit better, and here I'm
Okay,
a bit
come on.
more
You're gonna completely ignore the sequence where we get introduced to a completely new enemy that we haven't seen the whole game, that is seen as a genuine threat because of their massive health pool, their invisibility and high damage, and also unblockable attacks. Space Marines are often seen as boring characters. Bricky, big fan of the Night Lords and that Red Horse Rising in 2024. Oh god. It's what the multiplayer co-op horde mode is for Brickhead. Our lore loyalist, Captain Pontius, has blessed us again with his presence. True. Go back in time to erase Einstein. Calling him Brickhead feels like an insult to masonry. Go back in time to kill Einstein is in Red Alert 3. Alright. I don't remember the exact story, right? It was a long time ago when I watched
I do think gameplay-wise it overstates its welcome, but the gameplay is so good that even while that does happen, it isn't the worst thing ever. But what gets me here is just general wasted opportunity. Like, Space Marines are often seen as boring characters, and for damn good reason. It's hard to make a compelling character when their personality boils down to murder everything that isn't me.
Have we? Hold on. I don't know much about the first game again, but didn't Titus deny heresy but still went with the Inquisition to protect everyone else? Sacrificing himself? What? Ah, yes, he has zero depth to his character, or both personal experiences of your squad mates that lead up to them completely trusting you at the end because you've proven yourself to be trustworthy by the end of the mission where you have to deliver a message to the Psyker. Have we completely forgotten about that? The guy who already played through the campaign, Bricky? There was so much character development. From the Asian guy to the black guy. The black guy actually stopping, like shooting the Psyker who was slandering Titus because he had previous interactions with those kinds of things. And the Asian guy almost killing Titus in the process. Have we completely forgotten about that? Did you at all study what was happening in the campaign? Story-wise? You talk about this being like a turn-off brain, like some, I don't know, for like a dumbass. Like, what the fuck? He doesn't know why Kelgar shows up in the end. In his opinion, he arrived at the last moment to Aura Farm. No, I understood when I played the game. I understood that. I played my first Warhammer game that time. That was my first Warhammer game. I didn't know who the fuck Kelgar was, yet I knew that we called him in that message. As soon as I heard the name Calgar, because I remembered, oh, we gotta call Calgar with this message, that the message came through. I rewatched the VOD just to find out if I did or not. Because I remembered I did, I was just not sure. This is beyond retarded.
And then meditate on how you can do it better. Hard to make that interesting. Or so I had thought. Right after playing my first campaign run through, I read Horus Rising, the first of the Horus Heresy trilogy that I, despite reading over 30, 40k novels, never got around until now. And let me just say, Garvia Loken is a badass motherfucker who is the most interesting son of a bitch in power armor I've read in a hot minute. Turns out, you absolutely can make incredibly interesting Space Marines so long as you have the right writer, and Dan Abnett was the guy for the job. Titus has promise, and his relation with his squad mates also has promise. And
yeah, I know, Pontius. You take very precaution to mention that he made it in 2024, the Horus Rising, that he read that then, but making a podcast about the heresy in 2021. Yep, I know. So they didn't even start the heresy before podcast, nor for 3 years after. Lieutenant Mira is a great example of a competent woman commander. I wouldn't be able to tell, but is that the person he sacrificed himself for because she would have been implicated if he refused the Inquisition in the first game? Is that what happened? Was she the one that, you know, he kind of wanted to protect, like her and other soldiers? Her and her regiment of Acadians, yes. Ah, I understand lore and story. After I read Horus Rising, should be ending credits.
occasionally you'll see a cutscene and go, oh damn, maybe.
By the way, this is the guy when I say Asian dude, because I am not gonna remember names.
Maybe they got it in.
I must apologize for my actions on Abrakas. Unnecessary. I fell prey to suspicion. Almost killed her.
Wow, almost like there was actual character development, which is important when introducing and progressing characters. When you're reading lore about a character, there is no story, there is no progression, there is no character development. You already meet them as they are and read their history. You are not introduced to a character and slowly get to know them. You already acquire knowledge about a character completely and utterly. There's no finding out anymore. There is a inherent difference between meeting a character in-game and slowly getting to know them and actually reading up on their history, past and future. This game has a story? What? Bricky probably. At least Gadriel didn't pull a fucking Landros.
When I was a young captain, one of my men questioned my motives, brushed his concerns aside, and I paid the price. Your suspicions were because I failed to answer your doubts. As I failed to answer his. Stand by for suborbital drop. I'm honored to fight beside you both. As are we, brother.
This is not a minor character arc. This is character progression for both of them. And what happened before this was character progression for the other guy, Cherion.
You grew up on Calth. I'd say we settled some of that debt today. Aye, sir.
But for
like when he completely roached out when he saw the Chaos Space Marines for the first time and couldn't control himself, almost making us fail the mission. And now that Titus understands, he's actually promising him revenge so he can actually cooperate. He knows that Titus is understanding of him, and he will let him fight. There is so much character progression in this. What the fuck is Bricky on about? Did he not listen to the dialogues while playing? Can he only listen to dialogues while the cutscene is playing? Like, what is going on? There was so much lore talked about within the game while everything was playing. Evidently, yes.
Each of those, there is another cutscene of the usual fanfare, and things just move ahead. Plus,
again, that he didn't talk about the jetpacks is a crime to me. The jetpacks are so fucking cool. Mumi, do you hate Bricky, or do you just don't like how he tells Lore's story? It seems you don't like it. No. This is entirely criticism. On a personal basis, I do not hate him. I actually quite like his content. I watched a lot, and I still watch a lot, especially collabs between him and Matara. They are extremely fun to watch. However, I am angry at the misinformation and, someone who's supposed to know so much and is doing a professional review. This is quite infuriating because this is misplacing actual information about the game, which I am pretty, passionate about. But on a personal level, I do like Bricky. I did the content I put out until now may not make it seem like that, though. That's true. It doesn't look like it. I do admit to that. Anyway, but that's you guys' fault for telling me to only react to the bad stuff. Jump packs, sorry, just thought I'd say that. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. It's not jetpacks, it's jump packs. You're right, and I'm sorry. Well, you know what they said. The world is just one big game of telephone. Fair enough. I hate him. With a burning passion, he spreads misinformation and gets people in who view his videos as genuine lore. And I understand why you do. I'm not saying people have to like him. I'm telling you my reason why I do like his content, and I think is absolutely fine for anyone to hate him for any reason whatsoever, and the same applies to me. If you have a problem with me or want me to, if I made mistakes in the past or with even lore, and you want me to correct me, that's fine. Please do. I appreciate being corrected, actually. I want to be corrected, and I love this this aspect of live streaming where I can be corrected mid-fucking sentence by you guys. I love that because I would get so much stuff wrong otherwise. If I made video format content, I'd be one of the people who would be spreading misinformation instead, because I am that bad at researching. And that's why I will probably never do just video content. In this video, don't he say he not a lore master or whatever? That doesn't matter if he makes lore master content. If you're... What you say about yourself doesn't define you. What you do does. If he makes lore master content, he is a lore master, or has the mantle of one at the very least. But if he spreads misinformation, that title, he's a heretic, in other words. And very evidently, for the autistic people in my chat that love the lore, he is the heretic. The fact that he is explaining to you lore, he is assuming he knows the lore better than you. If he doesn't, he either shouldn't or is taking on the title while being a fraud. Yeah, I was trying to explain that, but I'm a retard. I mean, let's face it, constantly sustained flight of Space Marine with a jetpack outside of the void, it ain't happy. Yeah, fair. Fair, at least not with that small of a machine. If it's not like gravity technology, then no, it won't work. Jetpack.
Just in general, the campaign's pacing isn't great. A lot of
What? Why?
it feels rushed. Example, you meet another faceless ultramarine in your campaign, and one of your squad mates ensures you he is the bee's knees, or the emperor's skeletal knees. You fight with them for a bit, and then this cutscene plays out.
The enemy infiltrated the dome.
No, my lord.
What about the Temple of Thasian?
The dome was evacuated days ago.
Rejoin the main force immediately.
Our orders are to remain here.
I didn't notice that. The candles being like almost. Oh. And him who had the experience of heretics? That makes so much sense after seeing it a second time. Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm finding out new stuff 9 months later! As I see, if you get the lore wrong, you get set on fire. Well, no. If you are starting out, if you are someone who is consuming lore and trying to be corrected like I do, many people will help you. I've been helped by Pontius himself and multiple people in my community. You know, I've never been set on fire, even though I've got multiple things wrong. Instead, they just corrected me. The difference between me and Bricky is he makes lore content where he explains stuff to make people more informed. But that information is wrong in and of itself. Sorry, missed to say, not as just eyes. What? Don't get flustered. It's fine. It's fine. I'm explaining myself too. I'm not setting you on fire either, so come on. Jump packs aren't jetpacks. I know. They can give you a boost up or forward, but they can't use them constantly. They go with fuel. Fuel ends. I don't have a problem with you liking his content. I just want you to understand why I hate him. He tries to be Max or knockoffs, but fails to be what made Max or good, being both accurate and funny. No, I get it. I understand. Again, I'm not telling you to like him. And I don't think you had a problem with me liking him in the first place. I was tried to tap not as. I think you're panicking a little, and that's a little cute, honestly. For Pio, that would be a fitting punishment. Yeah, come, of course. Of course, Pontius, you'd say that. But Pio is your collaborative partner in lore, so he deserves it. Also, we have a cloning machine for Pio, so there's like infinite Pios. We can just set on fire a few, it's fine. Grilled Pio is probably fine too to eat. Sorry, stop apologizing. Come on. What did you do wrong? Nothing. Anyone in my chat can disagree with me. I don't care. It's fine to disagree. It's good to disagree. Or, you know, talk about stuff if you don't understand or even have questions. Just a light toasting.
We are to hold this position until further notice.
The dome is empty. Now move on.
But, sire...
Also, this situation, to me, is more like you introduce a character that's not gonna be here for long, that is apparently really, really tough, and he dies pretty quick, making the heaviness of the situation all the more serious and showcasing how serious it can be. I think this was the plot elements they used here. Yes, it's a little cheap, true, but it is very effective.
I gave you an order.
Forgive me, my lord. Perhaps there was a communication error. The captain insisted.
The deserters.
No. We have our orders.
Vox your captain. If you are deserters, I'll execute you myself.
Generally, it shows the mortality of Marines. They can take on any kind of enemy, but they aren't immortal. The only reason the guy falls is that a piece of rebar went through his eye lens. So directly in his eye and in his brain. Yeah. See that backpack? That's Vox unit. That's equipped with a special helmet, and that helmet is being worn by the guy without it. Oh, I didn't know that. That is a fair point.
Fairburn, come in. Captain Fairburn, come in.
And of course, the heretic sign.
Ambush.
Yeah.
Kill them.
Then we get introduced to actual heretics. The Chaos Space Marines. A very serious situation.
So this whole scene illustrates how I feel about the campaign. The first half of the cutscene, genuinely good, tense, interesting, good camera work, intriguing, awesome. Second half, dude, we just met this guy.
Yes, and it shows how serious this universe is and how fast someone can die. I love his comment there. The 1,000 suns arrive, say nothing, and start blasting. The Marines made of dust can't speak. Imagine the surprise.
This mission, and he dies as a throwaway character. Then the Rubric Marines arrive, say absolutely nothing, and
Which is very accurate. Pontius pointed out. Lore accurate? And you're a lore tuber at the very least, if not lore master, a lore tuber, and you completely ignored that fact. Knows the research needed, I guess, to whatever.
you just begin combat. Like, I gotta say, the 1,000 Suns need more fanfare than just showing up like this. These are
They can't talk.
the 1,000 Suns. The Ultramarines might be the main character, but the 1,000 Suns are, sorry, way more interesting and have way better lore. We should have had a
I am dust. I cannot scream. Cadian's eyes are purple, and the traitor in disguise didn't have said purple eyes. Ah.
sorcerer with them, shouting obscenities at Titus and crew, or watch them do some fucked up warp shit to people to really nail down how much of a threat they are. The entire opening mission was to establish how unstoppable the Tyranid force is, including a final last stand and Titus's entire squad and even himself technically dying. The 1,000 Suns just show up, mog you, and then you kill them. You don't get any proper introduction until Imura about how you, and then you kill them. You don't get any proper
The game is so accurate that there's no blood, just energy and dust. If I didn't know that they were made out of dust, that detail would never have come to my proverbial vision. Proverbial vision. There, I said it right the second time. I did not know they were made of dust inside the suit. That is genuinely awesome that they were this accurate in how they made the graphics for the game to be so lore accurate. I'm sure Pontius can point out a lot of mistakes they made, but that is awesome. A very, very unique detail that many would miss if they don't know about the lore. Me included, I missed that throughout the whole game, I think. Compared to what happened in the Devastation of Baal novel, this Tyranid invasion was vanilla. Yeah, I would have expected it to be so, because the largest thing we saw was one of the fucking multiplayer missions.
until Imura about
Number one, the bolter are useless in this game. In reality, you would have one-shot the majority of Tyranids. Yeah, no. I can't tell you how good the bolter is, because I only use the heavy bolter. If I can have high caliber weapons, I usually use those, because I want to high damage with a single shot. I don't want consistent fire, because the more one shot matters, the better for me. Oh, by the way, that dust can just get scooped up and put back into fresh, properly rune-inscribed armor. Oh, what? Wait, they're immortal in one sense? In a sense, they're fucking immortal? Damn, okay. So as long as they have the dust and rune-inscribed chaos armor, they're fine? Plasma Incinerate is better. I don't care. Yeah, but they are automatons, so a bit of a bad immortality. Huh. Fair enough. But is there a good immortality on the chaos side? Like, we're talking about literal satans, no? Are they gonna give you a good immortality?
Halfway through the game, and even he comes out of nowhere with 0 character setup, which blows because Imura is like kind of a Chad. If they had a secret agenda to make me join Tzeentch instead of the Ultramarines, bitch, they succeeded, because even though he had little to no setup, every time that crazed sorcerer talked, I loved hearing it.
He was also not made out of fucking dust. No, there's nothing good on the chaos side. Mm-hmm. Well, as immortal, more eternally bound into the armor without any way to communicate. Yeah, no, I know, but still. My point stands. No, it's like asking, is there a good strain of Ebola? Also, my god, were we... Oh, the loadout was locked onto those weapons here. Okay, fair. Wait, oh, he's playing on controller! Of course he's bad with that! Mouse and keyboard reign supreme! I mean, there's Demon Prince Hood, but that's way high up in the chain and not worth it. True. Have you played RimWorld before? It's a cute game with war crimes. It did have Warhammer 40k mods too. No, but I do watch Reggie play it. And on easy, if you check, he has free armor bars. Yeah, no, we already talked about that. I was very, you know, I played the game on hard because I wanted content for a stream, right? That's why I play story games on harder difficulties usually. BioShock, all the BioShock games I played on the hardest difficulty. This is not a flex, this is just me suffering mostly. But what I noticed in BioShock, this is a little off topic, is that at the end of the game, you don't really have too many difficulties because you have so many various weapons that you can set up traps with. You can kill anything within a short amount of time. That was so fun to do, like set up traps. and try not to set them off yourself. Right, I pointed that out earlier. True, Ghoul Bandit did. Bricky, stop being as much of a Chaos fanboy as most of the Black Library offers.
Love this dude. His actor owed rent, and his performance gave me all the ham that someone like Palpatine would give me. In fact, for the most part, there are a few random performances that worked out super well. And
so you did interact with the outside world of the universe, but completely ignored it until now. Wow.
None of them were from the main cast. Like, listen to this.
Wow, so there is a lot of care put into the world that you just dismissed for the first 20 minutes of the fucking review. Oh my god.
Dude on the Baneblade.
You will give your life in the name of our holy emperor. Sir, yes, sir. Will you give your life in the name of all that is good and pure?
Or even the speech the chaplain made before we went into the final mission. That was really cool too. Yet you completely dismissed the world building here of this game.
That's Baneblade Bill. I really like Baneblade Bill. There's also Dreadnought Dave.
What?
Now watch him play Bill. I really like Baneblade Bill.
Oh, it's from the statue. I was like, wait, was that a fucking weapon for one of the mechs? What are they called? No. Terminator armor is for Marines still and shit. Fuck. I don't remember names.
Bill. There's also Dreadnought Dave. Now watch him throw a statue and hit a Helldrake in the face.
This was also one of the most hyped moments, bro. What the fuck?
What a baller Dave is. It sucks he died and is now trapped in an eternal robot coffin.
Isn't it a life support system? Is that not a life support system? Died? A living corpse, yes. Dead, no. The fuck? That is completely wrong in its entirety. After hearing the speech Raldaron gave in The Lost of the Damned, that speech by that commissar felt kind of weak. Fair, but, you know, still good.
There's also some just missed stuff at the end I thought we were going to get, but didn't. You enter a Necron tomb complex down below, which plays...
So at the start of the review, he said, or the Necrons, and we don't meet a single Necron throughout the game. Fair enough.
The importance of the black stone used to either amplify or negate the warp. Something that I knew about because of my knowledge of 40k, but I feel like people will be very lost on when they see it in the game. But, you know, I kind of thought I'd get the chance to fight a few Necrons. I got really giddy when I saw it, but it was just window dressing for the missions and nothing more. I didn't really need like a whole new faction, but a couple enemies here and there would have...
Which is a whole new faction introduced. I feel like if he made a game, that game would not be very good. Not like if he outsourced the fucking lore and the world building and you know, story. But his decisions would suck. His decisions would be so biased towards his own taste instead of a genuine experience that, you know, yeah, whatever. It's fine.
Kind of fun. Would have been a great reveal. Like, how do they keep this under wraps the whole time?
Holy shit, he got 0 damage from that hammer hit. Oh my god, I remember struggling on this guy for a little bit. Oh my god. Oh. Getting hit with that hammer was almost deadly, bro. Oh, the heart is... Oh, don't remind me.
Here and there would have been kind of fun. Would have been a great reveal. Like, how do they keep this under wraps the whole time? The last hour of the game just goes off the rails. You get another soy jack pointing moment where Marnius motherfucking Calgar shows up and the whole theater claps.
I clapped when I saw it.
He spends about 5 minutes on screen shouting orders, and then when the company assaults a demon Lord of Change, this happens.
All right. Isn't his crown thing here protecting him? Kind of. It's glowing. But these models of dreads tend to burn through their pilots for some fucking reason. All right. Yet Iron Halo, it does protect him. Huh. And these guys didn't get affected by the shockwave at all because, I guess, the car. I guess, is that an explanation?
This is so fucking funny to me. This
Why?
Lord of Change, you know, greater demon of Tzeentch, freezes everyone in time or whatever, except us because we hide behind a tank. I guess nobody else hid behind anything. Then Marnius Calgar passes an Ultra Kidney Stone and says,
You can see it glow from here. Another year of being single? Damn, same.
nah, fuck you, I'd win. And without reinforcements, walks headfirst into what is presumed to be a goddamn warp portal. A portal.
The car thing, the hiding behind the truck thing, fair. Everything else can be dismissed.
Into the warp. The Immaterium.
It's this. The Immaterium. If it is, we must move quickly. To where?
Is this not a space in between those two? Or a mental world of the godly being? For reinforcements, like there was time to call one? You know, they get into the warp and don't instantly perish. How? He says, as if there isn't other people that have done it and survived, like Uriel Ventris that he covered in AR.
No, don't pass go. Don't collect your corpse starch. The fuck you mean the warp? Ain't no way you in the warp, because so far your video game has been very faithful to the source material and very accurate to almost every single part of the Warhammer universe. The only...
Why are you not assuming that the Lord of Change deliberately didn't hit Titus, Gadriel, and Cherion on purpose, Bricky? I would argue that Titus, he wouldn't be able to because of his special constitution or whatever, right? Or that they want Titus, right? They purposefully go for Titus. I don't think they purposefully went for Gadriel or Cherion, like his two companions. But they did go for Calgar on purpose, 100%. All teleportation technology of the Imperium works with the warp. Space Marine Terminators teleport constantly. They go into the warp and come out alive. Yeah. Also, I want to say chapter master of the Salamanders with the teleport hammer. Also a big plot point that he uses teleportation with his hammer, which is also a funny story because, you know, brother, you have considered many things, but you forgot one little thing. My teleportation device is also a hammer. Bonk! Oh, man. But yeah, fair enough.
person...
The Titan Legion of the Warp Runners that literally teleport into the warp and run through it to emerge somewhere else? Oh, damn. Also, thought it was Vulcan himself. Hammer time! Yeah, I played the hammer throughout the whole game as soon as I could pick up one.
Who braves the warp is Caldor Tangerine Drago, and he is an insane person who eats suns, and that we all agree is stupid that he can even survive in the warp. But this, I mean, it has to be some kind of Tzeentch bullshittery, right? Because if it was truly the warp, we would all be atomic dust in seconds. It's one of those types.
No? Yeah, Thunderhammers are the best. Oh, I loved how fucking impactful they were. As there isn't enough screaming and visual bombardment in that depiction of the warp. After reading the first 7 Horus Heresy novels, this was just a letdown. I mean, everything was frozen in time, technically. Like, the first few Marines and Chaos Space Marines you see are all frozen in time. Color is stuck there, not there by his own volition. Oh, I didn't know that. So, another plot point he completely missed. Yeah. Thunderhammers are the best. Oh yeah, I read that. I'll read that again, man.
If you are a massive fan of Warhammer, you can look at that and be like, that's not right. There's no way that's right. In fact, it's so not right that I'm almost more keen on the idea that it's supposed to be some kind of Tzeentch shenanigans. And in a way, they could write themselves out of it that way. But I can't imagine some...
I mean, just by the illusions and shit, that is a viable option.
Someone taking the IP of Warhammer and doing a bungle that badly. Despite this, you fight a genuinely pretty good boss fight, actually, against Imura.
Holy shit, did I struggle on this fight. Took me, what, an hour to beat him or something like that on hard difficulty? God damn. It took me a long time, for sure.
The Lord of Change, actually quite fun. You break the MacGuffin through sheer force of manly screaming, and, well, you escape. The end of the game does feel super rushed as Imura dies, but...
Isn't it, again, because Titus is a special constitution person, that he has, like, resistance to warp energy, and that's why he can survive it? He's accusing the people that made the game to be wrong on the lore when he knows less than them, as he is in the wrong. Fair enough.
She knows she could never really tell.
And he
then
crazy.
You come back to get promoted and get a stern talking to from the chaplain who...
I will show no mercy. Leandros.
Oh man, I am 2 scenes in and I'm calling something right now. I don't want to spoil anybody, so don't tell me one way or the other. The fucking chaplain, who is like super weird in the opening scene, is going to be the traitor from the first game.
Leandros?
Yeah.
Soy Jack pointing moment, let's go!
All
Much
right.
like Brad, this is also something I called almost immediately at the beginning, but I suppose it's still kind of cool to have that reference, and also Leandros would absolutely become a chaplain with how uptight he is.
Abomination.
But the campaign ends very open-ended with a clear and...
Console player weak. I do play controller on Souls games specifically, right? That's where I use controller, but otherwise I'm just mouse keyboard. One day we have a Warhammer game that's like Stellar Blade, where we play as Sister Repentia killing heretics and Xenos alike. Holy shit, that is a good idea. Holy fuck! Ghoul Bandit, get onto it right now! Ahead in time.
Obvious tease for a sequel and what comes next. I know I'm bitching a lot for this serviceable 6 out of 10 campaign, but that 6 out of 10 comes almost entirely from how good the gameplay sections are, because it is a bloody, gory, delicious mess.
Anyway, time to go back into editing. I'll see you later if I finish before 2 a.m. Hell yeah! How the fuck was the bastard not under intense scrutiny for ratting out his captain? I don't know.
If it was anything other than Ultramarines, I bet it would be more interesting. But there's just so many damn odd choices in this game.
Welcome back,
Why
Matt Tennis.
is Calgar here? He arrives for 10 minutes and then needs rescuing. It's purely a fan service moment, and I don't think a good one. What happened to the Nids? Where did they go? What happened? We didn't stop the invasion at all. They're still here. We just forget about them for the Thousand Suns and...
No. What was the invasion on this planet at all?
Dead halfway through the game, we just kind of say, we'll deal with that later, and they never come back to it. Who the hell was Imura?
Why is he here? You called him! True.
Apparently, there's like a tiny bit of him in a book somewhere, but I mean, I've read a lot of 40k books, and I haven't heard about this guy. And why was he not given any backstory in the game?
How are you gonna tell his backstory if the people never met him before? You need a reliable narrator, either someone who was there, someone who previously knew about it, or is retelling something, right? The 3 golden rules of narrating in Warhammer 40k. How are you gonna do that in the game where everything is happening right now? What? Also, the Tyranids were fighting against the Chaos as well. They lost most likely. Yep. Or at least slowed down. True. So that even the books.
People who didn't read that specific book, or even mentioned earlier. You know, normally in a story, you establish the villain early on, and you kind of proliferate them through the story a bit to keep it interesting. What was up with generic Marine dude number 2's angry rampage? It was never brought up again.
What? No, they said you were on that planet. We're gonna get revenge. That was his character. You showed the scene! Oh my god.
A whole Born on Calth.
It's not even in the
which
goods.
is genuinely interesting because Calth happened 10,000 years ago, and a lot of Primaris Marines are in stasis for 10,000 years. So this dude was born in like the heresy. He was a kid during the Horus heresy, and then just was stasisified for the rest of the time. Like, that's fascinating. It's never brought up. Wait, hold on. Why did Titus have like weird, strange brain shittery when he saw the Thousand Suns runes when they killed the Magos way in the beginning and pass out? And then they never brought that up again. Wait, what happened to him? Was it like effect from old chaos crap? Was there something?
Isn't that the reason why the Asian dude was so suspicious of him, or even more suspicious than he already was? Hello?
Thing clouding his mind? Why did he?
It's called
pass out? Was it
PTSD.
just to
That
provide
too.
more suspicion for Gadriel to try to kill him later on. He just knocks out, and it's never brought up again. If it's a chaos inflicted thing, why did it never happen to him later? What was that? The seeds were sown for some really cool stuff. There genuinely could have been a lot of awesome characterization, but it just falls flat. It's set up with little to no.
Stop. YouTube, stop banning my comments. Damn. He in a book, he name in a book. A book, if you read his name, you summed him up. And the books can be anywhere. Goddamn.
Payoff and an excuse to go from place to place and murder the shit out of it. And hey, murdering the shit out of it is great, but it doesn't make a great narrative. And I know, Warhammer fans are never happy. I get it, but even if I
Subset of misunderstanding a lot of the story. Are you stupid? They killed the Hive Tyrant. The invasion was stopped, or at least slowed down. Right! Oh, that was a whole mission too. I forgot about that. Oh my god. And he's doing a review about this and completely forgot about it too.
I wasn't a fan of the source material, it still just isn't it. The dialogue, the pacing, all of it. You will play it one time and never again, unless you're going for some hard mode achievements or something, and considering that there is
Not
no
true, the multiplayer was very, very fun.
experience or progression for playing the campaign, I don't know why you'd bother. Also,
the campaign was fun just because you could try out shit before actually going into the multiplayer, which the multiplayer hard difficulty is on a completely different scale compared to the campaign hard difficulty. I tried going into the hardest difficulty from the start. It was not happening. I had to go 1 or 2 lower. I don't remember. I think just 1. To actually get gear and upgrade, and then after progression go to the harder difficulty. We kill him in one of the cooperative missions, and it was mentioned in final missions with Tyranids. Yeah, no, I played that. You're murdering the shit out of things to prevent the planets from getting consumed. You inner drug of a man. Damn.
just a side note, this is not a negative, it's just
Also, hold on, just a second. Nothing important.
That would have been cool. You get the golden laurels on the end of the campaign for your helmet. Wouldn't it have been kind of neat if like the title screen helmet, once you beat the campaign, also had the golden laurels on it? That would be cool.
All right.
Would have been kind of sweet.
Small touch, fair criticism, could have been cool. He's right. Yep. He's correct.
One thing that has become particularly fascinating with discussion around the campaign is the disconnect I've noticed between opinions on it. In the beginning, it seemed like most people I spoke to, most with review codes, most other 40k lore fans like myself, like the other members of my podcast and friends of the podcast, all agreed that the campaign had some pretty fun moments, but the narrative and characterization was lacking. It was almost a unanimous agreement that it was a bit lackluster, but still fun to play through. But then the game came out and general audiences seemed to be completely separate.
Standard less stand is peak 40k. What the hell, man? Being said, it should be stated that all of them also seem to still really enjoy the game.
On the overall feelings of the campaign. And that is something that I feel is more interesting to talk about than debating the actual merit of the campaign itself. Why is there that disconnect? Could it be that because knowing 40k lore is basically a job, I've been exposed to so much of it, and therefore something of this caliber isn't particularly impressive to me anymore? Is it the fact that it's not just the excitement of getting a high quality 40k game, which is what most people wanted in general, regardless of the strength of its story? Where is that disconnect present? And I guess why is it there is a question that I find far more interesting than, you know, whether or not Titus is a good character or something like that. Now that I have thoroughly made you assume that I despise this game, let's bring us back in.
No, I am just very confused on how you misinterpret a lot of the lore told in the game.
To something more positive. The mode I originally thought you would be playing the most, the co-op missions. So, co-op is comprised of 6 missions in total at time of recording, and some on their way afterwards. This is where the most amount of Space Marine build, crafting, and customization will come from. Each mission is a side mission that Titus tasks other squads with doing during the campaign. Good example is taking down a Tyranid Hive Tyrant to shatter swarm cohesion, or blowing up a Prometheus.
He talks about it. He talks about it. The reason why there were no no Tyranids in the last mission. He talks about it. He does. And he just doesn't give a fuck. Beat campaign on hardest, the difficulty on my streams. The game is not so hard, to be honest. Yes, I only struggled on 2 or 3 things. The Tyranids were fine to fight, right? Maybe I took 1 or 2 tries. But the last fight against the Dragon Siege Servant thing, that was pretty hard on hardest, because I missed a lot of dodges. And the one against the, against the Chaos Space Marine that can talk, that guy. With the fucked up face. Again, not good with names. Those are the only 2 fights I probably struggled with. Their characterization was lacking. Bricky, how much soy do you drink today? Did they blow up the Hive ship as well? I mean, that would also send things into disarray with the Norm Queen going boom. Yep. Stop pretending that you can't perceive breakfast, Big Bricky. Because it's easier, and yes, final boss was struggle. But all in all, the hardest game difficulty was not like too hard. It was very challenging, yeah, but it wasn't too hard at all.
Refinery to slow them down. In this, you pick between 6 classes.
Oh, I was assault all the way. Assault all the fucking way. Oh, I was jumping around.
They're all technically characters of their own, and go through these missions doing the various objectives. Complete it, and you earn experience and these gold coin currency things you use to level up your character. I'm sure they have a name, but I'm calling.
Yeah, Lords of Change look like they should be squishy casters, but they're not.
Gold coins. Now, these missions have 4 difficulty levels, and playing them.
Hold on.
I'm sure
Want
they
to see
have
the
a name,
difficulty
but I'm calling
levels?
them gold coins. Now, these missions have 4.
After the campaign, I went into Fred Substantial. Or no, I first tried Ruthless, realized I wasn't good enough, skilled, to play Ruthless, went to Substantial, and leveled up a little bit, and then went to Ruthless, if I'm not wrong. But I probably never played Minimal, not once.
Difficulty levels, and playing them rewards you with stuff based on those levels specifically, including more armory data, more experience, and more coins.
I played it on the hardest difficulty. I mostly had problems with the parry system since the first one got used to just beat the orcs to a bloody pulp. Fair enough. Played as a sniper and stopped soon because for online I need PS Plus, which is insane. Fair. But I did play the sniper alongside the hammer and heavy bolter because heavy damage is the only damage I will deal. That was my loadout. A heavy bolter, a sniper rifle, and a hammer. Because anything else is too weak per hit.
What I find the most fascinating about this whole system is that the leveling for the game is not selective in its build crafting, but rather very linear. Sure, you go ahead and pick which perk out of 3 in each column, but weapons are complete and immediate upgrades every time. You use a weapon a certain amount, master it, get a point to put in its perk tree, and then using the armory data can get a better version of that weapon. It's not this gun has certain perks that do better with my build. It's literally this gun does straight up more damage or has less recoil or
Okay. Which is a leveling system for guns instead of a RNG system for guns. This is not a looter shooter, my guy. Well, PC players don't need to pay for online, while PlayStation players must. Because we have the honored one, the only one who cares about consumers. Gabe. We have Steam, that's why. It's hard to fight back when the demon is able to set you on fire, and set fire also attacks your soul. Fair enough. You should boycott that shit. Too bad Sony fanboys will not do that. Fair.
more ammo capacity. And as you level them up, the perks continue to give you more of that. Some of the perks are just pure flat damage upgrades. So you soon realize that the higher difficulties are harder because yes, enemies have more health and do more damage, but you'll also be doing more damage as well. So the progression is generally straightforward. This isn't
for the
something
Steam
like
God,
Dark Tide,
true.
where the higher difficulties require a level of fancy weapons to loot, build crafting specifics, and really hyper-focused gameplay. Starting off the
Well, it is a campaign game first and a multiplayer game second, at least in my opinion.
co-op at the lowest level is what you're supposed to do. It's not a sign of being a scrub, that's just the point. And then you earn your way up through linear forms of
Bricky, you still need skill. The bolter will carry you only so far.
power. And for the most part, it's a good time. But it's a good time if you have people to play with. There is
No, I played it pretty much solo, and sometimes I was the only one left in the multiplayer mission because my teammates left. So, you know, it is what it is.
matchmaking for the missions, but I think this game is the best when you can shoot the ship and do this in the background. It's a very relaxed game. You fight and kill and revel in the gore, but even at the highest levels, you don't need to lock in that hard. A little bit, but nothing astronomical. As far as the missions go,
You played the story on easy. I don't want to hear that from you.
they vary in quality a decent amount. What they are missing more than anything is more actionable items, more things to do in general. The best mission to me by a country mile is the Helldrake mission because there are multiple mechanics. Dodging flame by going house to house, or building to building.
Relaxed game, lol. Try to do that on max difficulty, yeah.
Often fighting a Thousand Suns Hellbrute, and then a little raid mechanic at the end to kill the Helldrake. It actually has decent player input, and it's a blast. Beneath that is the Hive Tyrant mission, because fighting the Hive Tyrant actually makes me need to lock in at times, and the rest of the mission is pretty decent too. But outside of that, the rest is...
Ah, look. No, wait,
rather
this is
generic
different.
and safe.
This is still
Nothing
the
really stands
multiplayer.
out as being bad, but nothing really stands
I was about to praise him for going into the campaign on the harder difficulty,
out as being
but
good
that's not true.
either.
This is just a lower health character.
Issues start to show their head, though, when it comes to progression itself. Now, I imagine for a ton of people, the draw for this game is to make your own Space Marine to mess around with. Salamanders, Raven Guard, White Scars, Dark Angels, all of those people hyped to build their own special Space Marine and trudge around the map with them, killing enemies of humanity. Now, let's say you want to be a White Scar, even though you don't have a motorcycle, which does blow. Well, you can navigate to the White Scar emblem, click it, and then realize in order to get all the parts for that, you need to unlock individual bits first before you can get the rest. Emblem first, then color, and then the rest one after the other. This is the way it is for everything. You have to unlock the Iron Hands emblem before...
That is a very fair criticism. That was annoying to do.
You unlock the Iron Hand's color, so on and so forth, which is a bit annoying at first, but it gets more annoying when you realize this is the exact same gold coin currency you use for leveling up your character and getting them
No,
new
this is a
perks and
very-
weapons. So the same currency to increase your power also increases your customization. When you level
I agree
up
with
at the
this
speed
completely.
that you do, spending money on cosmetics will directly slow down how good your characters play. Therefore, slow down your ability to progress through the difficulties. So
But-
you have
But I will rebuke a little bit. You're supposed to start on a difficulty you can adjust to, and then go to a higher difficulty where you get far more gold coins for mission completion compared to the easier difficulty ones. So if you stay on easy difficulty the whole time, it will take you way longer. That is true. So it is meant to first level up and get stronger and then go for looks maxing.
to choose get stronger or fashion. In every game, fashion is a side upgrade to levels or something natural. You don't have to pick, so if you really want to have the colors and scheme of certain chapters, you will fall behind your friends when it comes to power. Or you can become super powerful, but then you look like a basic bitch.
But then you can play it on the hardest difficulty, do 2 free missions, and have all the things that you want for the start already unlocked within, relatively short time. So, skill is more important. Upgrades will not carry you completely. If you want, you can beat it in without upgrades. True. But if you have to carry other people as well, it gets difficult. Especially if you have ammo that is limited.
Blueberry for the entire game. Now, some cosmetics are unlocked just from playing, specifically the armor parts, but why not just do that for all cosmetics? Why is it only the one type, and why is that locked specifically behind the class? It's a weird system, but that's not quite it. Another obvious problem is that when you earn in these co-op missions, the rewards for beating a mission are the same for them all. There is no special thing for special missions, which, if you know how gamers are,
But
will lead
it's
them
the
to finding
difficulty that
fastest
decides
possible
that.
mission and grinding only that one out, because choosing quick match, aka random, does not reward you with increased experience or loot, because there's no reason to do random when you can just spam the quickest one. It's in fact so obvious that when I streamed the game on the embargo date, before the public could even play, I got matched with 2 people who were already almost max level with less than a week of game time. They specifically helped carry me through the first mission, called Inferno, on the hardest difficulty.
There
because
is
it was the
difficulty to
easiest
increase
and
your loot
rewards
output.
4
Yeah,
times
that's what
the
I was saying
experience
too.
that a regular difficulty one did, blasting my levels up to the highest possible amount. The game was not even out yet, and people already found the best way to grind it. So while the co-op PvE stuff is pretty fun and has a lot of good merit, there is definitely issues presented with it that need some adjustments. Between the mixed currency and the lack of random mission rewards, it's definitely going to become a bit of a slog to get through unless it's fixed soon. Which is a very funny thing to say, because the final mode of the game, the PvP, definitely has its problems. But I have strange...
The PvP? Yes, that is bricky. I cannot say a single thing about the PvP. I have not played it. I was not interested in the PvP aspect of this game at all. Not a single game of PvP did I do.
Usually different feelings about it.
I didn't see the new Baxter video.
The PvP
No.
of this game fucking rules. It's so funny to say that the way I am saying it right now, because it's clearly unfinished and it feels extremely tacked on, but it is so much fun. When I say tacked on, I don't mean actually tacked on at the last minute. Like, the first game is PvP 2, and so it was also surprisingly good, and I imagine that this game was planning on PvP, clearly. But this was just a complete shock to me.
Yes, there's
I uploaded
clearly a
an
very
initial
dedicated
feelings
community.
video to my second
Mhm.
channel when the embargo first lifted, and my experience was mostly based around the campaign and the PvE co-op stuff. So, like with what you saw above, it wasn't the most glowing of reviews. But this PvP, man, There's just something about it. The function of this is very simple. It's a 6v6 mode with 3 game modes. These are the classic takes on team deathmatch, domination, and hardpoint / king of the hill. In your team of 6, you play as either the loyalist or the heretic Astartes, and you can only have 2 of each class at a time, so no 6-man stack of heavies or tacticals, for example. From there, you go out and murder each other, and it is a meaty, thick, glorious time. The gameplay for the PvP is so weirdly in-depth and impressive while still clearly being unfinished. It's
Can't remember if I already asked, but have you played through Expedition 33? No, I have not, actually. Gonna play because I need a subscription. There's no bot play. Yep.
bringing me back to the days of
But
Mass
that's
Effect 3
PlayStation, not,
PvP,
you
which
know,
is a very good
the game.
sign. The time to kill in this game is about the same as something like Halo, sometimes a little faster, sometimes a little slower, depending on the class, weapon, etc. But much like in the campaign, you have armor.
You're missing
and
out,
health,
probably.
Though in multiplayer, both get regenerated at different rates. But the cool balancing act here is that guns damage armor, and of course, when you're out of it, you take health damage. But melee ignores armor completely and does nothing but health damage. So if you want to bypass the shenanigans of gun combat and just go for the throat, you are
You
rewarded.
play old Monster Hunter games? No, Monster Hunter World was my first Monster Hunter, and Monster Hunter Wilds was my second one. I have not played any other ones, but I did see playthroughs of it by other German YouTubers specifically. So I know a little bit about them.
For doing so, especially because health regenerates at a significantly slower speed compared to armor. This is awesome because it means if you take some gunfire and then escape, it's relatively harmless. You can just heal your armor up and be done. But if you survive a major battle and take a
Sorry to disappoint, Bricky, but except for the melee damage ignoring armor, that is pretty standard stuff in PvP game modes.
bunch of health damage, you got to be a bit more careful with what you do and let that shit roll back up. This is compounded by the fact that each class has a dedicated strength and weakness that is actually balanced in a way I never expected. Each time I thought a class would be the strong OP one, I changed my mind immediately and it was quite the experience. Example. Heavy is nasty with its heavy bolter, and with the iron halo blocking projectiles, it's a seriously tough nut to crack, even more so with their 4 armor pips. I was crushing people with the heavy, and nobody could handle the amount of firepower I was putting out. And then I said to myself, okay, heavy is clearly going to be OP. So let me get ahead of the curve and find a character to beat them with. I realized that the Bulwark, while sprinting and holding the shield up, blocks all range damage in its totality. So when I saw a heavy, I just sprinted at them and beat the shit out of them because heavy has no melee weapons and I bypassed their 4 armor pips with melee. In fact, combine that with the flag that you use to regen your armor, and I was thinking, holy crap, the Bulwark is unassailable. This is an insanely good class, and I can do tons of team play things with this. I can block bullets or even block melee attacks and have my team kill them for me. And if the heavy
yeah, that seems like a pretty good summarization, actually. There's not much to critique here, like only little bits and pieces. Oh, I heard World was part where problems with Monster Hunter starts. Really? I thought it was awesome. Never played Wild because it ran like ass. True, it still does. No, World was perfect. Never had an issue with World. Yeah, but the community hated the grappling hook. They hated the claw in Iceborne and the tenderizing. They hated that part of World. Like the long-term community. That happened. I enjoyed it. Yes, same. But it was because I started with this, right? Because you needed to hit tenderized parts, otherwise it's like bad. Well, let's not talk about OP when Wilds, you know, had even more OP stuff. So it's not tacked on, but clearly intricately designed to make you act in this way organically with more content that was being added to the game. Yes.
shooting at me decides to stop and attack somebody else, I can easily just whip out the Glock and shoot them dead or cleave them in two. So I said to myself, holy crap, The Bulwark is clearly the OP
Oh, shit.
class. I gotta find a way to beat them. So I see the Vanguard with their grapple hook, and it can stun enemies it grapples, which is really nasty because then you get in close and melee or shoot them to death. But what's special is that while a Bulwark is blocking you, you can do the grab and it knocks them out of their blocking ability, opening them up and allowing your team to kill them. Soon I found also that in PvP, the grapple doesn't have to only hit enemies, and it can be used for traversal, and that
Okay.
opened up a massive amount of new ideas and opportunities to be had, bouncing all around the map and doing flanks. Soon, I was a menace with the Vanguard and all of its speed. This went round and round we go. Every class had some kind of power to it. Snipers are clearly a PvP-centered class, but I'm a bad sniper, so I didn't think it was that good until I unlocked the SMG bolt carbine and went a cloak and dagger route. The invisibility is nearly complete, so just popping it and walking behind people like a gremlin and mag dumping them in the back of the head was so satisfying and probably infuriating for the enemy team.
Probably.
Hey. Doo-doo-doo. Hey.
My grenade didn't go off in time.
Dee-dee.
Cab, hold on to him. I'm gonna throw a grenade. Push up, push up.
The tactical aspects is very good, giving tons of information, but also allowing see-through walls for a period of time, which in a third-person shooter is a massive advantage.
Yes,
Plus,
a
they're
very
the one with
big
the most
advantage.
straightforward gun. So with the exception of the heavy, they will almost always win a 1v1 gunfight, meaning you gotta play around them. The only class I felt was lacking was the assault class. Live bricky addendum of the script. I thought that's originally, and then I forgot the golden rule of video game development. Gamers don't look up. Turns out the assault can be really good if you fly up and hold yourself.
Hold on. Is he really doing the thing? Is he really doing the thing? The class is good if you use the class assigned abilities. Oh my god. Yeah, because the casualized the gameplay, they said you don't need to prepare for specific monsters. I'll check it. Damn, I still want to play Wilds. Should be able to soon getting a 3060. Hell yeah.
In the air,
This
around a
true.
corner, smooth your way out, throw a grenade, pistol whip a couple guys, and then slam. They stop looking up. Nobody looks up, and then you just arrive in their asshole. So maybe the assault is good. I don't know. But yeah, the PvP kind of slaps in a way I just wasn't expecting. I love this stuff so very much, and I didn't think I would. Which leads me to the issues. You level up in this in a more linear way, just unlocking items for classes with each level. And I like that. It's simple and easy to do and leaves you with a lot of gold coins that you can spend on just cosmetics because there's no perks or talent trees. It's a much better leveling experience that way. The downside is that, like I mentioned before, this shit is just so underbaked. The gameplay part is good, but there was not enough time for the rest to get going. For starters, there is only 3 game modes: Domination, King of the Hill, and TDM. The original game had Capture the Flag, which is, I believe, sorely missed. And 3 game modes, it's pretty small. It's not the worst thing, but it's low. What's crazier is that there are only 3 maps, too. 3
All right.
total
Fair
maps
criticism,
in
fair.
the entire PvP roster.
I agree.
That is a wildly small amount of options here. But the
Yes.
biggest thing, and
If you're gonna do a PvP thing, you gotta have a few more maps. That is true. Also, you could have very well used assets from the campaign or multiplayer, like the PvE multiplayer, to make the maps. So it's not like it was much more resource consuming. That is Bricky when he enjoys a game. He gushes. No, yeah.
the one that stings the most is that there is 0 Heretic Astartes customization. Each class is linked to a legion, and all you can do is paint them different colors. No Night Lord Bulwarks, no Iron Warriors Tacticals. If you want to be Night Lords, you have to be Assault. World Eaters have to be Vanguard, and so on. Which stings, but stings. Because if you're doing that because silhouettes, okay, you need to know that that's a World Eater, that means they're Vanguard, that's a Night Night Lord, that means they're assault. That's fine from a player versus player perspective. You need proper silhouettes. But that doesn't mean there couldn't have at least been armor customization for them. I'm fine if the Night Lords are the only ones that can be assault, but I would have liked some other Night Lord customization. You gave me a Night Lord assault jump pack and you didn't give me a skin cape? Where's my skin? I can't see anything without my skin. The World Eater Vanguard uses the same combat knife as the rest, but I mean, could we not have given them a skin for like a chain axe? It's a World Eater without a chain axe. There's a lot of this stuff that just kind of stings a little bit. Like, I don't need a ton, but just a couple helmet options and things like that for the classes would have been really
At least
nice.
5 maps.
Besides that,
True.
the Loyalists get all the customization, and that really blows. Especially considering that...
I mean, it's a game about the Space Marines. I do get it. The PvE multiplayer customizations can just be transferred over, so you don't have to do much more like designing. Only once, technically, right? So I do understand why they did it. You probably need to play the old Monster Hunter games. Do I now? Get fucked, Chaos fanboy. The game has some really cool mods.
You play as one or the other for 50% of all PvP games. And it also triply sucks because the heretics actually have their own voice lines based on their legion, and they sound cool as shit.
Marauders of Abaddon, back to war! Darkness claims an ally. Closing in for the kill! One of ours goes to rot. The Alpha Legion lives, dies, and is reborn as one. Iron endures all.
Loyalists get all the customization. Good! No customization for you, traitor scum!
The game is littered with things that clearly show it was not done and ready for release. This is the third major Warhammer game in a row that was so obviously underbaked and not ready for launch. Darktide, Rogue Trader, and now Space Marine 2. I don't know if it's a GW thing. I don't know if it's a game industry thing. Probably a bit of both. But wow,
yeah.
3 modes, 3 maps, no heretic customization. You can't even find out what the game modes are. You mouse over them on the menu and it just tells you their name. You don't even know what they do.
Also
you can
good.
extrapolate some data, but that's an entire tooltip
He's
missing.
right.
And oh my god,
Correct.
the voice lines of the announcers. Are you kidding me?
Alright, that is kind of lazy, I guess. Alright, fair enough.
All this
Fair
together,
enough.
I do truly wonder how it will look in a year's time. I hate that I have to say this again so damn often. But despite it being as fun as it is, it clearly was not ready, and maybe it will resemble something more like a completed product in a bit. But during that time, well, don't forget to buy the season pass with all the cosmetic options and new things. Yahoo! That's still out for you. There are some things that a delay wouldn't have fixed. The lackluster story is doomed no matter what. But
That is just simply not true. Trader or stories in only in multiplayer. Why you need to do that if the usage is limited? Fair. Again, yeah, that was my point too.
Other things like the forcing you into a game when you swap modes, at least at first, but then apparently if you swap modes and then back out, that's the way to go into the mode. It's kind of weird. The lack of a random bonus for co-op mission choices, the lack of PvP map modes and customization.
Fair.
So much of it could have been improved on if this had just a few more months to cook, which is unfortunate because I really do like playing the game. By the time of this video being out, I should have probably more than 50 hours of game time already. I'm at like over 40 and I'm sure it'll be there by this entire video's release. Clearly, with my criticisms, I still consider it an enjoyable product worth playing, but that's the entire part of reviewing something. I need to be fair and honest about all my feelings.
Fair and honest, yes, but you were also very forgetful about the campaign specifically. Maybe you have to capture your whole window instead of just game. Maybe that is an issue. Honestly, one game like Space Marine, but about Sisters of Battle, would have played the hell out of it. True.
Despite my bias one way or another, and despite the fact that I was given a copy of this game for free, Space Marine 2 is a good game, but it is not Game of the Year. It was not ready to launch yet. It is a 2011 video game, much like its original, with every good and bad bit that comes along with that statement. Whether or not you find this to be a fantastic product is entirely based around what you want to get out of the game. If you are a diehard 40K fan and you want a modern Space Marine simulator and dress-up game, then god damn it, this is a huge recommendation.
Boltgun 2 is coming?
You should definitely buy it if you haven't already. This might actually be your game of the year. If you are a Warhammer fan that is still looking for a good experience.
In Boltgun 2, you play as a Sister of Battle, if I remember correctly. Ooh. Gifted copy is not mean that you should be nice to the game. Yeah, fair.
But
fair point.
Know that, well, Warhammer games are normally a bit mid. You'll like this too, because it's better than just a bit mid. But if you are hoping for the next game to really put us on the map and really show the true quality that this universe can provide when it comes to story and just general packages, then you gotta wait for the next one. I'm hoping at minimum the sales numbers for it are going to be very high, and that alone means it will continue to get tons of support and new projects will come about. If that's the takeaway from this very okay game, I'm fine with that. I'm definitely gonna play the PvP a ton at minimum because that shit rules, but I'm curious as to what this will look like in 6 to 12 months. Maybe I'll come back and talk to you about it again. Anyway,
hello, loading guy.
Thank you all so much for watching. I know I can come off as a real nitpicky asshole, but I don't think that just because the average Warhammer game kind of sucks means I should put this on a pedestal for being better than that. I try to rate all products on the same scale, and for me, it's trying its best because a game needs to be rated based on its price point very often. Hopefully next game we
all right, yeah, okay. And compared to the price point, good put in. Good put in.
That'd be fun. Titus is the main villain. Ooh, you play as a word bearer. I mean, hell, the Chaos books show me how important the narrative aspect is.
Oh,
you
sorry.
can have big, crazy dude in armor still have a very interesting character. Look at Argel Tall, Karn, Aramin, Fabius Bile, my god. So wanting that, I think, is still fair. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to check out the Gamer Subs while you have the opportunity. Code Bricky in the description. Use it while you can. Pick up Sweet Six Pack and the other awesome flavors. And then when that's all done and done, it still will be there. So, you know, check it out. Thank you again. And Ave Dominus Nox. The Emperor betrayed us all.
What? Fucking heretic. But yeah, this was Bricky. Check him out. Leave a comment, like, and subscribe. Yeah, you know, all in all, not a too bad of a review, but there were a lot of points he got wrong, at least in my opinion, in the campaign specifically. Don't knock it till you try it. It's a boomer shooter after all, and you get a dedicated insult button in the game. Yeah, I'm sick past 4 days, and now I'm better. Ooh, nice. Bricky is a heretic. True. But yes, this was it. Bye-bye, YouTube. I will link that right now if you want to show that to anyone. Boom. Boom and boom. There we go. Check the Discord. I sent the speech I was talking about. Okay.
They will be landing soon, said Ralderon, looking up into the rain. Let us strike blend together, brother, said Thane. He held up his yellow gauntlet. Raldoron crashed his forearm against the Imperial fists. I will not let their sermon rest without reply, Raldoron said, clambering up onto the firing step. He raised his bolter and demanded the attention of all. Now! Raldoron shouted. He opened his communications to all the men under his command, his company, his chapter, the warriors of other legions pledged to the wall, Martian cyborgs, mortal humans, grizzled soldiers, and terrified conscripts. Take the oath, he commanded. His men turned about, took one knee, and bowed their heads. We are the sons of the blood of Sanguinius, Raldoron shouted over the howl of weaponry. We are the sons of Dawn, Thane echoed. In this moment we take our oath solemnly to be upheld, that we defy these prophets. We deny their superstitions, their bloodthirsty idols, mumbled cantrip and fearful fetish. We deny these so-called gods. We deny their right to be. On this day, not one traitor shall pass this wall. Not one being who spits on the Emperor's name. Not one with treachery in his heart. Not one enthralled to these false gods. We fight to the last of our blood. For the Emperor, for the Imperium, for unity, for terror. For the Emperor, for the Imperium, for unity, for terror. 500,000 voices, human and transhuman, roared back, loudly enough to be heard over the guns. Let our defiance be the first blow, Raldoron shouted. Let that be our oath. There were no parchments to be affixed by wax, or time to observe the proper rites. But in the gathering of warriors, there was more solemnity than any other practice could contain. There was no distinction between man and superhuman, only brotherhood and the shared will to prevail. Raldoron rejoined Thane. Well said, Blood Angel. Now I am ready to fight, said Raldoron. Rogel Dawn himself then spoke, a message that went to every helm, voxpeed, and address system in the palace. The time for speeches is done, he said. The first great test is here. My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well, and exert yourselves to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all.
Yeah, that is awesome. But you're also comparing, like, one of the main characters to some random Inquisitor or... No, to some random fucking Major guy. Like, you know... It's a kind of a harsh comparison right there, Ghoul Bandit, but I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Hello, hey, and welcome back. Iron Doom 26 was a boomer shooter, but it has good graphics. Not as much of a graphics hole as you guys are. No, you're not supposed to be. It was just a speech. And Mumi did listen big dogs that was insanely getting famous among us audience. What? Hey Mumi did listen big dogs that was insanely getting famous among us audience. What? And I'm too, but let's do at least PS3 graphics, please. I mean USA audience. Among US audience. Alright. Fair.
Hey guys.
Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. So, how did you guys rate my review of a review? How did I fare myself in terms of critiquing the wrongful statements? How did I do? Eight out of 10? Alright, that's fair. 10 out of 10. Okay, fuck you, you weren't there. 8 out of 10, Bricky ruined everything. 8 out of 10 got most of it right. Hell yeah. Of course, I got a lot of stuff wrong in terms of names and deeper lore, but that's okay. That's fine. Huh. Anyway, what about Commissar Kiapis, Kane Hero of the Imperium? He just a dud. I don't know. Love is blind, man. Why I give low points to Mumi? No, but I want a honest review. Hello? I don't want blind favoritism. What is this? Fucking cult? Hell no. This is how he reviewed Space Marine 2 campaign. I don't even want him to touch Rogue Trader. I got it at 8 out of 10. Good, but you with a bit too hard. But you went a bit too hard? Okay, fair enough. I take criticism. I think the others probably, you know, gave me an 8 out of 10 because I didn't go hard enough, and you gave me an 8 out of 10 because I went too hard. So it's a bit of a, you know, but I guess it's fair. So I did hit a pretty good middle spot in that case. Huh. I'm happy with that, actually. Also, again, I wanna preface this because even a dumbass like me was able to point this out. Hold on. Compared to Pontius, you went really soft. True. I can probably find it pretty quick this time since there's probably a red bar still on the stream. Somewhere down here. It's probably this one. Indeed. Oh, good heal, good heal. I know. Oh no, this is the multiplayer. Oh, I'm hooked. Yeah, it's here. It's here. I'm gonna show this once again. That I actually got the story right, even compared, you know, to fucking lore tubers. Gonna go a little bit to the side here. Yeah, my audio mixing there was fucking messed up. Did see zero research at the time. This was one of my first few streams too, so on YouTube anyway. So please have some mercy. Your leg is gone? Anyway, let's skip ahead a little bit until the cutscene where Kelgar appears. He was not being nice. Our brothers are come to us! God damn. Also, that is the free model from VTube Studio. What are those weapons? Oh, those look so good. Which is honestly impressive media literacy for a noob to the lore at the time. I know, right? Brothers. Yo! Our message went through! It wasn't in vain! Yeah! Look at this shit! I was smart?
The central obelisk appears to be the source of their power. It's protected by an energy.
Oh, I'm hooked by the story, bro.
We've
Ah, so good. So you know, I do bask in the glory of having some media literacy. You were trying to send me a funny 40k song? Are you talking about a link? Links don't work in any of my chats. You have to, like, make it not be a link if you want to send it. You know? Yes. You have, like, to put a space in between them so it's not a link or something. Or delete the, like, punctuation. No, it's fine. It's fine. You don't have to. It's auto-modded. It's not in my control, you know? Is all I'm trying to tell you. It's not within my control. Anyway, right now, it's not. But yeah, I am impressed by myself sometimes. Seriously. And then my craziness with Path of Exile 2 came about, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 streams were dedicated to just Path of Exile. Most of them being just 2 or 3 hours, but some of them being 5 hours. God damn. Huh. The song is called Caiaphas Cain, Hero of the Imperium. But anyway, I am impressive. Confirmed. Confirmed. I'm a fucking impressive guy. Confirmed badass. However, what do we do to now? You are, I understand it, on Neo Free Stream. I do best, man. I just give my best at almost all times. Sometimes I go too hard. Just the guy that somehow keep beat demon and other crazy stuff. The Primaris mistake, maybe. Right, that's something we wanted to go and watch. That's right. That's right. That was actually something I wanted to do before, you know, I was like, hey, how about we test my lore knowledge and shit. The Primaris mistake. And since I already looked at what a Space Marine is, including Primaris, this is actually going to be something I can probably talk about too. So that's exciting. Drawing and struggling with poses. Oh. Also, I want you to react to my clip. Too bad it's not about Warhammer. Alright, look, we can do that before we do Warhammer. Did you put it in recommendations or anywhere? Huh? Oh yeah, that works. Is it copyrighted or anything? This is 8 seconds. This is fine. Probably not. Alright, that's okay. Okay, I get it. No, this is fine. No, you did it fine. This was just fine. No? Was this not it? No, that is the link. It is. Thank you. It was it. Oh, hell yeah. All right. It was correct. It was correct. Anyway, Mad Chemist. Yep, it's entering Commander's last video with the time codes. Ah, okay. Let's do that real quick as well. Already. Okay. Hold on. And timestamps are 130 to 132. We are at 130. Okay, good. Bam. He went to the ninja mode as well. Impressive. Great. True. I love Beyblade as a kid. Same! Don't get too greedy. Oh, yeah. Nice! Nice! Good job. He was searching for the fucking emotes. Good job, bro. To chill. Done it. Your move is next. I'm not touching it. Next time I touch this game is full game. Right. I already picked up the video, right? The missing link of the starting. There we go. Yeah. We have the Pontius 40k Lord, the Primaris Mistake, the missing link of Astartes evolution. Sansom, how are you today? I'm actually pretty good. I woke up early, my sleep schedule isn't fucked, so yeah. All in all, pretty good. My voice isn't cracked from yesterday, so can't complain. How about yourself?
Horse in Theta 7.
Damn it, you destroyed my Blackstone Fortress.
What are you guys playing?
Paradox Billiards, Vostroyan Roulette, 4th Dimensional Hypercube, Chess, Strip Poker.
What?
I'm not even going to comment on that, but why are you playing the strip poker part? Pio is already naked.
Why did you have to ruin our game? I was trying to relax after the debacle of the female custodes retcon. I was winning too.
Ah, yes, I saw that video. I was wondering what you had in mind while you were writing it. You seemed pretty angry.
PTSD.
So it takes the last drop of my blood. I will see the galaxy freed once more. And if I cannot save it from your failure, Father, then let the galaxy burn.
Not
fair enough. There we go. Hello, Happy. Hi. So yeah, I beat it without completing the demo before, so I cannot cheat my equipment. Ah,
pretty much.
Alright.
Alright, Pio, let's get to the video at hand. You weren't even in the last video, so you can't complain this time.
You say it almost as if I choose to be here. I'm more an hostage than a guest.
Silence before I lock you in the basement again. Editor, bring up a picture of the Raptor Marines. That is a Raptor Marine from the Raptor chapter. I meant the Raptor Marines.
Huh. Very, very hard.
Turns out that the Raptor Marines we have to talk about today don't have a picture to show.
Oh?
Sorry for that. You will be paid this time.
Worth it.
They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give themselves to me. Like clay I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war forge them. They shall be of iron will and steel in muscles. In great armor shall I clad them, and with the mightiest weapons they will be armed. They shall be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness will blight them. They will have tactics, strategies, and machines, so that no foe can
Have to go, no handsome. See you later. Bye, upcoming. Have a good day.
Them in battle. They are my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my space marines, and they shall know no fear.
The Primaris mistake.
What do we talk about today?
Today I will explain the biggest...
Also, I beat final boss of demo. You can check it out too if you want. Oh, that's actually pretty cool, but right now
case
it's
of wasted potential for lore advancement that ever took place in 40k, Pio. I will introduce a lore that isn't even talked about that often. We will talk about the missing link of evolution between Firstborn Marines and Primaris Marines, and after that, we will do something a bit special.
Give everybody a reason not to hate Erebus.
No, I don't think that's possible even with my level of lore knowledge. He's a lost cause. We will try and rewrite the choppy and corny and to be honest barely canon lore of the Primaris Space Marines, using the lore we will introduce in the video. And we will give a version of it that hopefully, if it was used for the Primaris, would have made sense from the beginning, and would have made them a lot more lore friendly than they were when they were introduced, or than they are even now.
And you can do something like that?
I mean, I did solve the mystery of the missing Primarchs in the first lore video we made. I think I can manage.
Shameless plug to another video of yours.
Yes, you know how much my brain was fused to complete that research.
40k lore, correct!
Watch that video, it is worth it. Our story, for once, begins during the Horus.
What's up, Mumi? Hey, you just chillin'. Just chillin'. We did watch a Bricky video before where I critiqued his critique of the Space Marine 2 game.
To be precise, it begins after the end of the Dropside Massacre and the full unfolding and beginning of the rebellion of Horus and his traitor brothers against the Emperor of Mankind, after Horus was corrupted and swayed by chaos that wanted to move war directly against the Emperor, using Horus as a pawn. The Raven Guard, the legion under the command of Primarch Corvus Corax, has suffered one of the biggest losses in the Loyalist Legion war against the traitors. In fact, they had lost more than 75,000 Space Marines in the Dropside massacre alone. Corax, in dismay for the almost total annihilation of his own legion, fled to Terra with only one thing in mind: having vengeance against Horus for the lives of his sons he had extinguished in such a cowardly move, and in such high numbers. Corvus Corax asked for help in rebuilding his legion directly to the Emperor of Mankind.
Oh, you heretic! You heretic! You will be punished by the Emperor of Mankind! Okay, no, that's enough. No, you played a tabletop? That's actually awesome, bro. Man.
Not an easy man to reach.
We're going over history of the Emperor? No, we are going over the Primaris, actually, and their mistake, how they got introduced.
In that period, as the Emperor was already fighting the hordes of demons inside the human webway that had become breached by Magnus the Red by mistake. The Emperor wanted to help Corax, but he couldn't do it himself, as he was busy in the throne room to keep the legions of demons that wanted Terra at bay. So, he decided that Corax himself could rebuild his own legion. The Emperor revealed that the original technology and strain of DNA that was used to create the Primarchs still existed, hidden in his old labs under the Himalayan mountains. Corax could use that technology and that DNA to rebuild his legion, but the Emperor bestowed on him one last gift. The Emperor imprinted in his memories part of his knowledge and research on the creation of the Primarchs, so that Corax could use the Emperor's knowledge to rebuild the Raven Guard.
So the Emperor could just do that with all his knowledge from the beginning?
Yes, he's the Emperor of Mankind after all.
He could do that, but he couldn't convince Lorgar that he was not a god?
Listen, he can implant his knowledge into the brain of intelligent people. If you are Lorgar, you are stupid by default, okay? Corvus was accompanied by members of the Raven Guard.
Hide everything from Dark Elder player, they are scarier than furry.
Contingent of Mechanicum specialists and different custodians that served as guardians of the technology for the Emperor, to locate and enter the extremely well-protected gene lab he had used to create the Primarchs, even if not without casualties. Corax secured the technology, the info he needed, and the pure DNA of the Primarch project, and moved to the world of Deliverance to start the rebuilding of the Raven Guard. Primarch Corax, Chief Apothecary Vincent Six, and Magus Genitor Nexinor Landrias spent weeks working with the knowledge of the Emperor, the data they had recovered, and the technology of the lab that they had brought with them, all to create a new reservoir of stable Astartes gene seed to create new Raven Guard Marines, as the majority, if not almost all of their gene seed, was lost on the East 1-5 Dropside massacre.
Nice.
But there was a caveat. The gene seed they managed to extract from the pure Primarch DNA was purer than the original strain. It was developed and engineered down to the individual cell, and the Marines it created were purer as a result. Using an accelerated development schedule, 500 aspirants were implanted, with excellent results.
Glass cannons, the Dark Elder. Fair enough, but also death equals actual death for those immortal soul core wearing bastards. Anyway.
They were named the Raptors, or Raptor Marines. They were bigger, stronger, faster than normal Marines, purer. Duels were performed between veteran Marines of the Raven Guard and the newly implanted recruits of the Raptor Marines. To say the results were unexpected is an understatement. The Raptors lacked experience, it was visible, but they beat even veteran and experienced Marines in the duels end-to-end. And even another kind of legionnaire of a different legion lost to them. This one, not really from the Raven Guard.
Don't tell me.
Yes, the Alpha Legion infiltrated the Raven Guard by posing as dead Marines when the Raven Guard escaped from East 1-5. We'll talk about it in a second. Not only that, but their method of creation didn't even need progenoid glands. In fact, the gene seed could pretty much be cloned from the strain created by Corvus Corax, with the knowledge and technology of the Emperor. The limit in creation of Marines now wasn't gene seed, it was for once aspirants. They could create Raptor Marines so fast that they could rebuild the entire Legion in a matter of years. Maybe months.
What? That fast? We know that the first gene seed that grows within the first 5 years, and the second one takes 10. And only the second one can be harvested. Holy shit, in just a few months you can rebuild all of... Holy fuck! Fast is an understatement. Months?
Reactions and strength are better than a mature legionary. I've never seen anything like it. Which is fine for an armored unarmed combat. Those advantages will be much reduced when...
I love all the Space Marine lore though. Start getting into the Adeptus Mechanicus faction.
they have their power armor.
Wait, hold on. Lorgar was manipulated by his mortal adoptive father, so yeah, him being stupid tracks, goddamn.
I've been thinking about that, Lord. The new Mark 6 suits. They're far superior to anything else we have. Except for a few artificer suits for officers, and even they are pretty bashed up. We can't implant the experience and guile of a veteran into these men, but the new armor and their advanced systems will go some way to helping with that. I was thinking the same. These
Thank
are
you for
not
the Twitch
just
follow,
recruits.
Corey.
They are the start of something new for the Legion. I have told 6 to progress with another 100 implantations. If we can successfully scale up, you'll have a fighting force within 50 days. Commander of Recruits doesn't seem to reflect your role properly.
The Alpha Legionnaire that I lost against one of the new Raptors noticed how threatening this was. They could create superior marines and faster than anybody else. If they started, it was something that could shift the balance of the entire war.
The Raptors, thought Alpharius, looking at the line of warriors nodding encouragement to their companion as he returned to the...
What do you mean 50 days? What is 50 days? So they could have used this and have tweaked the lore just to make the Primaris more lore compliant, and they would have been accepted without too much of a gripe.
Frank, if Corax was right, and the Raptors would be battle ready within 50 days, Omegon had to hear about this. Alpharius had held off making any reports so far, but this was newsworthy of the risk. Whatever the Alpha Legion Primarch was planning, he would have to move swiftly if he was to counter the resurgence in the Raven Guard's fortunes. Corax seemed to be content with what he saw. Alpharius watched him leave. Just before the Primarch passed through the large doors from the hall, he stopped and looked back. Deep in thought, a frown creased the pale skin of his brow, not of anger, but of concern. It lasted only for a few seconds, and Alpharius was left to ponder what had passed through the Primarch's thoughts as he gazed back at the young Raptors.
The Raptors were deployed for the first time against a Wardbearer's intelligence outpost called Cruciax, a small attack against a small enemy, a baptism of fire, so to speak, to test their capabilities in battle. There too they lacked experience, and it was visible. Too eager to charge in battle, too enthusiastic in throwing themselves against the enemies. But even there they outperformed veterans. With experience they would become feared warriors from the traitorous enemy. But at the same time as Corax was experimenting and rebuilding the Raven Guard, the Alpha Legion wasn't just staying there doing nothing. They knew the potential of these new Marines. They wanted two things: to stop Corax from creating them, and to get the technology for themselves. So, they waited until the Raven Guard had achieved what they wanted. A new kind of gene seed was created. But in the meantime, they were fomenting a rebellion between the tech guilds of the planet of Kiavar. The Forge World, at the Moon of Deliverance where the laboratory of Corax was, circled. Meanwhile, they were amassing Alpha Legion forces not far from the planet. Using the knowledge of the Dark Mechanicum, a gene virus was created using extract of demon blood that was delivered to the Alpha Legion operatives in the Raven Guard. They had 3 orders in total now that the plan was almost complete. Copy the entirety of the gene research that Corax had done for the creation of the new gene seed, contaminate with the gene virus the pure strain of Primarch DNA so that whatever Marine created with it will mutate into a monster, and then destroy the last of the Raven Guard gene seed in the lab to condemn the Legion to certain extinction. The Dark Mechanicus Magos confirmed that the virus could be easily extracted from the strain of DNA once it was acquired, so the plan was followed to the letter from the Alpha Legion infiltrators. The next 2000 Raptor Marines created from the Raven Guard were a failure. All manifested hideous war mutations after the gene seed was implanted. Only 1 out of 10 was even able to hold a bolter in its hands. Some even needed to be imprisoned after the mutations had started, as they would lose control of their own minds. At that point, the rebellion of Kiavar started, and they were aided by Alpha Legion forces that arrived masquerading as Raven Guard forces, bearing the 19th Legion badges, insignias, and their armor. But all of this was only a diversion, so that the Alpha Legion operatives already present in their ranks could steal the Primarch DNA and all of the gene data acquired during the research and its breakthroughs, and to let them destroy the Raven Guard gene seed left in the fortress. The objective to steal all info and research about the Raptors was successful,
Badassness,
and they were
yeah.
stolen by none other than Omegon, that had been on Deliverance from the beginning, to secretly manipulate the events as needed. But the destruction of the Raven Guard gene seed was prevented by the mutant Raptors, that were freed and tasked by the dying Chief Apothecary Vincent VI to protect and save the future of the 19th Legion.
They might be warp mutated, but they are Raven Guard all the same. Reminds me of the Unfleshed from the Demonculaba book.
Why did you mention her? Now people will ask for a video on it incessantly. The mutated Raptors were successful, fighting off the false Raven Guard and overpowering the Alpha Legionnaires posing as it. Deaths happened on both sides, but in the end, the mutant Raptors were victorious. The gene seed was protected, but the infiltrators that had recovered the gene tech and DNA sample had finished their task. They left all material at a designated point of the lab, and then moved to the landing pads still under cover to leave, only to be confronted by Commander Agapito of the Raven Guard, that had suspected there were infiltrators in the Legion. The 3 Alpha Legion soldiers ended their lives to not be captured alive and interrogated, while Omegon, disguised as a mechanical super soldier, recovered the DNA and copy of the research, to then sneak away undisturbed with both of them. At that point, Corax, a force of Imperial Fists, and the remaining Raven Guard with every Raptor squad who was capable to fight, launched a counterattack against the traitors. This then started a campaign that evolved until they won against an Emperor's Children planet near the Kiavar system. Corax couldn't go further with these experiments. The remaining Raptors were accepted into the Legion, and they would fight until death side by side with the Raven Guard brothers. But the research was halted, and then Corax ordered it destroyed so that it could not be stolen or replicated. Various mutated Raptors would fight in the Horus Heresy, some even killing loyalists that saw them to avoid a purge of their own legion and their Primarch. The research that had been stolen by Omegon was manipulated by him and Alfarius before being sent to Horus, so that the research on the secrets of the gene seed could never be discovered. Fabius Bile would spend thousands of lives without ever achieving anything, while the twin Primarchs kept the real research for themselves.
Did Alpha Legion just do a double Alpha Legion moment?
Yes, first they tricked the Raven Guard to acquire a copy of the research and the DNA strain, and then they tricked Horus to keep it for themselves.
Too much Alpha Legioning in this story for my tastes.
They're fucking French! But yeah, this is like a possible explanation, right? This is his theory, right? This is why I hate the Alpha Legion, fair enough. A lot of faction fighting and pettiness. I fell in love with the priesthood of Mars. Machines are cool! Fair enough.
Yes, as usual with every Alpha Legion story gets convoluted. Even one of the infiltrators we follow is called Alfarius, but not the real Alfarius, just one of the false ones. Anyway, that is not important. From this story that is in the 18th book of the Horus Heresy, named Deliverance Lost, we learn that a superior strain of Space Marines already existed, the missing link. The line doesn't go Thunder Warriors Firstborn Primaris, it goes Thunder Warriors Firstborn Raptor Marines Primaris. And now we enter the interesting part of the video, because it is renowned that the lore and introduction of the Primaris were a disaster to begin with. They clash with the tone of anti-technological advancement of 40k. They were poorly explained. Their lore is corny, with Belisarius Cole just making them in 10,000 years, and needed a good number of rewrites before it became even acceptable lore. So, now Pio, we will try to write our version of the events that brought to the creation of the Primaris, and we will try to use the Raptor project and the Raptor Marines to make it make sense. What do you think?
Ah yes, because it makes so much sense that random tech priests just made thousands of super space marines in the labs of Mars, made new and revolutionary technology, armors, weapons and vehicles for them, and evolved the Emperor created gene seed to a superior level, all by going unnoticed for 10,000 years. On Mars. Who wrote this shit? The same guy that wrote Female Custodians?
Yes, even if that was rewritten a lot, Pio. Anyway, let's start. We'll try to keep the same general events and characters. So, Belisarius Cole and Robute Gilliman as the central people behind the creation of the Primaris. But now, we will try and use existing lore to justify them. So, keep in mind that anything from here is our personal version of the story. You decide if it works better than what the official lore did to justify the Primaris Marines. The story of their creation will start in the same way. After the Horus Heresy, Robute Gilliman
Oh, that's a sister of battle, right? Because she's not golden and not silence, since silence are on Terra, right? And golden and shit.
that the long war had just started for the
Yes.
Imperium. The great enemy wasn't the alien anymore. It was chaos. It was the heretic. It was corruption and the warp. And the demons and the chaos gods that were hiding in it.
Yep.
Knowing that the enemy now was on par with the Imperium, between demonic forces and corrupted traitor Astartes, Robute reunited with his surviving brothers once again, not to introduce them to the Codex Astartes at this point in time, but just to discuss how to protect the Imperium in the future, as now Astartes fighting Astartes will become normalcy. And no more a rare event, like it had been during the Rangdang genocides and the heresy. Robute, being the more tactically inclined of the Primarchs, found a solution, even knowing that not many of his brothers would like it. The Astartes were not only their sons.
Hold on. She do have that huge ass, but not that huge ass top knot. That's true. That's true.
They were weapons, a weapon the enemy now possessed in great quantities. And like every weapon, they could be bettered, and they should strive to better their marines starting now for the long war. Some of the Primarchs were appalled by such a thought, improving the Marines and the Jinsid, the work of their father the Emperor. Who could do such a thing? How? And why should they allow it? From Korax only silence arrived, silence that was broken only when Rogal Dorn asked him what had come from the experiments to rebuild his own legion, a thing he had so much strive for that he even met the Emperor during the war in the Webway. The answer of Korax came with the retelling of the events of Kiavar to all of his brothers, about his experiments, the knowledge the Emperor had imprinted in his mind, about the Raptors and the interference of the Alpha Legion in corrupting them and making the project fail.
The explanation of the Emperor imprinted knowledge into my mind is probably the thing that's gonna get them to agree, like, oh my god? Father gave you the knowledge himself? Alright, go ahead! Basically, because they would go against the Emperor if they wouldn't allow him to do so, right?
This would anger all the Primarchs present, except for Robute and Vulcan. Korax would add that after the defeat of the Alpha Legion, he had ordered the entire research on the Raptor Marines destroyed, and all the technology sealed away, so that no more monsters could be created from his failures. Robute raised his voice, reducing to silence the entire room as he walked to the center of it. He talked with Korax, expressing how much such knowledge as the one in his mind might be the key to the Imperium and humanity's victory against the great enemy. Without surprise, Korax refused to repeat the research and use the knowledge of the Emperor, still ashamed from the failed creations of his own making. At that point, Captain Agapito of the Raven Guard stepped forward, revealing that he had suspected Alpha Legion infiltration. He had made a plan to counter any sabotage to the research the Alpha Legion could make. Him and the now defunct Chief Apothecary Vince.
No, this is the made-up part of the story. This is Pontius explaining away how the Primaris could have been interpreted into the lore better. You know.
And 6 had made a copy of the research that was stashed together with the technology that they had used for the experiment.
Okay, this is new to me. Again, this is just Pontius' explanation to everything. I mean, yeah, it's knowledge directly from Big E, so it wouldn't be recklessly experimentation with precious materials. Fair. Yeah.
In a secure data slate, in case the Alpha Legion was successful in deleting it or tampered with it. He chose not to destroy it even if the Primarch ordered it, all to honor Vincent 6 and the Raptors that saved the future of the Legion by defending the Jinsid. It would have been an insult to their memory to destroy the research and its results. The rage of Korax filled the room, as the Marine kneeled in front of his angered Primarch, his actions loyal, even if his Primarch didn't approve of them. Robute was fast to calm the Primarch down. This was a miracle, not a curse. Then he ordered that the technology used in the experiments for the Raptors had to be unsealed, and the data slate with the Raptor research on it recovered and given directly to him. Robute, like in the original lore, will deliver the Saint Primus Portium, the container with the pure strain DNA of all 20 Primarchs, to Belisarius Cole. But this time, not just the container. He will then to call the technology to make the Raptors, together with the data slate containing the research Korax had already done and concluded, using the knowledge and memories the Emperor had implanted him with. Belisarius was given the same order.
Astartes are a weapon of the enemy now. We need something more. Something to protect mankind in the millennia to come. A new generation of Marines, evolved from the knowledge my father left to us. I entrust you with this technology, Belisarius Cole. Study the research of my brother and my father. Make the sons of the Primax superior to the bastards that now serve the archenemy. You have helped my father create the Astartes. Now help me make them superior to those that now serve chaos.
Belisarius was also entrusted with all the battle data that Corvus and his Raven Guard had acquired during the baptism of fire of the Raptors against the Wordbearers, before the original strain of DNA was made useless by a demon-imbued virus. All events from here proceed in the same way. All Primarchs either disappear or are put in stasis after wounds sustained, and all of this continues while Belisarius works. Belisarius studied the Raptor research, but he was no Primarch, no transhuman super soldier, no immortal warrior, nor the Emperor of Mankind. Progress was slow, and hardship common in understanding or reproducing the results of the original research without the pure strain of original Primarch DNA. The one contained in the St. Primus Portium was pure, but it had already been broken down into the 20 individual strains. It was not on the same level than the original Primarch DNA. In the end, though, after millennia of research, Belisarius would succeed. He would recreate the Raptor Marines' gene seed, not only of the Raven Guard, but for all the Loyalist Legion that still serve the Emperor. Faster to reproduce, more stable, the Marines born from it superior to their normal brethren. The gene seed yet was not completely pure. The mutations of every son of the Emperor and their Marines were still present, just not as prevalent to compromise stability to extreme levels in some cases like they were before. At that point, Belisarius will turn to the combat data. He studied them, and then he realized these Marines needed superior technology to be unmatched on the battlefield. Better weapons, better armors, better vehicles. So, he started studying the data to provide them with the technology and means to fight optimally on the battlefield, creating the Mark X power armor, the bolter rifle, and the rest of their cannon at the moment equipment. He was an Archmagos after all, and he came from an age of understanding, unlike all those that came after the Horus Heresy. When Cadia fell, all events play out as normal. Robute reaches Belisarius and orders him to unleash the new Marines he had created. He had made only sparse thousands this time, as it was all he could keep hidden on Mars. But he explained that with the technology of the Emperor, he could clone the gene seed like it was done with the Raptors in Origin, directly from the DNA strain of every Primarch. And that he was able to create Legion-sized forces in just a few months. But he added a warning. Belisarius wasn't the Emperor or Corax. He had just followed and already concluded research with technology he could barely understand, and DNA that wasn't as pure as the one used in the original research. So they could do this a limited amount of times before each individual DNA strain of every Primarch will start to degrade and create inferior and more unstable gene seed. So, they started creating gene seed and Marines to found the 9 Legion-sized forces of the Unnumbered Sons, the same ones that served as support forces during the era Indomitus. But after that, to avoid compromising the pure strain DNA of the St. Primus Portium, the original method of creating Marines would enter into full effect. Every single superior Marine created now implanted with 2 progenitor glands, like their firstborn brethren.
To the Space Marine chapters bloodied and besieged in the Dark Imperium, we bring reinforcement. To the chapters lost in valiant duty or driven to destruction, we offer rebirth. To the enemies of my father's empire, we bring death. With these words, I, Robute Gilliman, Lord Commander of the Imperium, son of the Emperor of Mankind, declare the Indomitus Crusade.
And from there, Robute would rename this new strain of Astartes, but he could not give them the name of the Raptor Marines. His brother Corvus would be ashamed of that name. So, they needed a new name, a name befitting of the next generation of Astartes, the new inheritors of the Primarch legacies. A name that will show that they are closer to Primarchs than any Astarte that came before. He will name them the Primaris Marines.
Oh yeah, this slaps, bro. Space Marine footage, hell yeah.
The Primaris were the new sons of the legions, created from a research and technology handed down directly from the Emperor of Mankind to the Primarchs, and from the Primarchs to Belisarius Cole. This will make the end of the Emperor into the entire creation of the Primaris a lot more prevalent, diminish the involvement of Belisarius that still created them, but did so literally by following a written and completed research that he still had to adapt to the means he had. It will justify where all of these new marines and technologies came from and why. And all the same, we would end up with superior marines, like Gilliman wanted, to defeat the enemy that now had the same weapons of the Imperium.
You really have a lot of free time to think this stuff up, do you?
I am an Italian nerd. This is my bread and butter. This is my version of how the Primaris could have
Don't you mean your tomato and pizza?
been made canon using lore and events that existed long before they were shoved into the lore, to make people buy their entire line of Marines again, and put the name Primaris Marines under copyright, because that is the entire reason the Primaris Marines exist. But at least I can hope my version makes more sense than the original one. Their introduction and lore was, and still is, lackluster, and out of the scope of the universe. At least they introduced that a civil war almost erupted because of it, and if it wasn't for Gilliman that is a son of the Emperor, it would have been firstborn against Primaris. That is the best part of it, as it makes sense in the lore of the universe, so I will keep it for my explanation too.
How often the fandom had to fix Games Workshop fuck-ups?
More often than you can imagine, Pio.
I actually like the female custodians. I'm happy they always existed.
Yes! Ah, that is what you deserve, you piece of shit. Fucking heretic. What the fuck is this? Bint Saga ends? Huh? Huh. Guess, oh, for an hour ago. I guess that is from yesterday's stream, maybe? Anyway. The Pontius, his take on the Primaris mistake, the missing link of Astartes evolution. Yeah. Let's do the importance of lore. Actually, I don't think I'll be doing much more today. Because, you know, it's already pretty late. But anyway, let's check out the... check out Pontius. Leave him a like, subscribe, and, you know, comment. Maybe me too, if you feel like it. But yeah, check the Discord. It's about the unfleshed Pio mention. Yeah, in a sec. Yeah. I will link his video right now. I'm drawing and I want to show you and I'm not done yet. Oh no, but tomorrow is another stream. It's alright. You don't have to be finished today. You know? So there's always tomorrow. No! Almost done now. I'm still here for a little bit. I won't be doing anything long anymore though. What am I missing? This? Yep, good. Another hour? Oh, hell no. An hour is too long. Won't be here for 1 more hour. It's only Saturday. Yeah, but I have stuff to do still. Maybe we'll have something else happen, but right now, Excuse me? In that case, let's watch my final clip. No, I'm actually not going to be watching anything anymore. Can we watch the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy? Oh, hell you know! Anyway. What the hell is that? What the fuck? What the fuck? Anyway, nearly tricked you into it. Yeah, almost, bro, almost. In that case, next time. True. Anyway, where is my? There it is. There is my Twitch thingy. So, we will probably be raiding into Kirche. She just started stream 5 minutes ago. She barely came on stream. But this is probably going to be the end for today. We still have tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be an awesome day as well. And yeah. Also, this is the biggest raid I've had so far. 8 people, that's fucking insane. How the fuck do I have 8 people watching me? The fuck are you doing with your time? Don't you have anything better to do? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm very happy that you're here. Anyway. Bye. You know, tomorrow, I want to do something with you guys at some point. Maybe we'll do an hour or so of like Scribble.io or something, right? Some party games. I want to go do something with you guys as well, if you guys are interested anyway. But for today, maybe Coke. No. Coca-Cola, sure, but anything else, no. Anyway, I wish everyone a good morning, good day, good evening, good night, sweet dreams, and goodbye. Bye-bye. Oh, well, just let the timer run out, I guess. And say bye-bye. Bye-bye. Goodbye, everyone.